Welcome back to Hollow Midnight, where we delve into the delightfully mundane and the subtly strange. If you find yourself drifting off or perhaps just pleasantly distracted, consider subscribing for more tales designed to gently accompany your thoughts into the twilight. Chapter 1. The Royal Insomniac, Queen Seraphina of the Verdant Coast. A monarch renowned for her unparalleled administrative precision and an uncanny ability to recall the precise tonnage of every trade ship entering her harbors, possessed one rather unfortunate, deeply persistent affliction. She simply could not sleep. Not properly, at least. Her rest was a fractured thing, a series of brief, unfulfilling dozes punctuated by long, echoing stretches of wakefulness that stretched from the deepest hours of night into the pale blush of dawn. For years, her waking hours had been a blur of meticulous duty and an undercurrent of profound weariness, her regal eyes perpetually shadowed with the ghostly remnants of uncaptured dreams. She moved through the vast, echoing halls of her palace, a phantom of efficiency, her every decision sharp, her every command clear, but all delivered with the quiet, resigned sigh of one who had long since forgotten the true meaning of rejuvenation. The court, a swirling vortex of nobles, petitioners, and an increasingly harried retinue of specialists, had, over the course of Seraphina's reign, become a sort of grand, ongoing experiment in somnology. Dr. Elara, the royal physician of body, and Dr. Phineas, the royal physician of mind, two individuals whose faces bore the same faint rings of exhaustion as their sovereign, spearheaded the tireless, and largely fruitless, quest for a cure. Their initial attempts were, as one might expect, rooted in tradition and common sense, though such things rarely applied to the unique constitution of a queen. They began with simple herbal infusions, mugwort steeped in warm goat's milk, valerian root brewed into a tea so pungent it could fell a lesser man, and lulling concoctions of chamomile and lavender collected from the palace gardens under the waxing moon. These remedies, though prescribed with utmost sincerity and hope, yielded only modest results. The mugwort, for instance, often produced vivid, unsettling dreams involving sentient palace tapestries or the entire royal treasury melting into a river of liquid gold, leaving Seraphina more disturbed than rested. The valerian, while potent, merely rendered her groggy for an hour or two before her mind, with an almost defiant surge of energy, would resume its relentless whirring. When the traditional avenues proved dead ends, the physicians, spurred on by the queen's ever-present pallor and the subtle collective yawns that rippled through her morning counsels, ventured into more esoteric and at times utterly absurd territory. They commissioned a fleet of pristine white doves, specifically bred for their soothing coos, to roost just outside her bedchamber window, believing the gentle, repetitive sounds would coax her into slumber. The doves, however, proved to be early risers, beginning their morning symphony precisely when Seraphina most craved the deep quiet of pre-dawn sleep, their innocent calls echoing like a cacophony in her restless mind. Next came the infamous Moon Milk Initiative. This involved a specialized herd of albino cows, purchased at exorbitant cost from the distant misty northern moors, whose milk was believed to possess unique soporific qualities when extracted under the direct light of a full moon. A dedicated team of dairymaids, their faces pale under the lunar glow, would milk these placid beasts, and the resulting milky liquid, warm and strangely iridescent, would be presented to Her Majesty in a goblet of polished crystal. Seraphina, ever the patient sovereign, would dutifully sip the milky potion, which tasted faintly of grass and resignation, only to find herself staring at the patterns on her bedchamber ceiling, the moon milk doing little more than providing a brief, warm feeling in her stomach. The methods grew increasingly elaborate. Dr. Phineas, having read an obscure treatise on ancient relaxation techniques, insisted on daily head massages, administered with distilled dew, collected precisely at sunrise from the petals of the rare dream-catcher lily that bloomed only in the royal arboretum. A team of specially designated dew collectors would rise before dawn, tiptoeing through the dew-laden foliage with tiny silver spoons and miniature vials. The queen, subjected to these cool, delicate ministrations, often found the rhythmic tapping of the dew collector's footsteps from her sleepless nights to be more relaxing than the actual massage. Then there was the period of the whispering willow tea. This brew, made from the bark of a particular willow tree, rumored to have been struck by a bolt of lightning during a particularly peaceful summer storm, was said to carry the whispers of forgotten lullabies. Serafina found the tea merely tasted of bitter bark and the faint, unsettling hint of ozone. The court's desperation manifested in more direct forms as well. A royal bedtime storyteller, a kindly old man named Master Elms, was appointed, tasked with narrating tales of the most mundane and uneventful nature imaginable. He would speak in a voice softer than a summer breeze about the meticulous process of candle-making, or the precise dimensions of a particularly unremarkable brick in the palace wall, or the slow geological progression of mountains, while many of the courtiers listening outside her door found these tales undeniably effective. Frequently drifting off themselves, the queen remained wide-eyed, her mind cataloging the exact number of words Master Elms used to describe a single seam on a tailor's dummy. The royal pillow fluffer, a man of immense strength and even greater dedication, would spend hours before bedtime pummeling and shaping the queen's pillows, ensuring they were precisely the correct density, loft, and temperature. He even experimented with different fillings: goose down, swan feathers, sheep's wool, and for a brief, very uncomfortable period, meticulously cleaned dandelion fluff. Serafina would sink into the perfectly sculpted pillows, only to find her neck stiff and her thoughts racing by the time the first rays of dawn touched her chamber windows. Hypnotism was attempted. A traveling mystic, renowned for his ability to put even the most agitated merchant into a trance, was summoned. He would swing a large, ornate pendulum before Serafina's eyes, intoning soothing phrases in a low, resonant voice. The queen would gaze at the pendulum, admiring its craftsmanship, pondering its precise arc and the physics of its swing, while the mystic, worn out by his own efforts, would often succumb to his self-induced trance and begin to snore softly, leaving Serafina to gently wake him when it was clear the session was fruitless. A choir of sopranos, chosen for their unparalleled breath control, was trained to sing a special royal lullaby. The sheet music specified notes that were just below the threshold of human audibility, meant to work on a subconscious level. The queen, however, with her hyper-attuned senses, could distinctly perceive the faint, high-pitched hum, which, rather than soothing her, grated on her nerves like a distant, persistent mosquito. She would lie there, counting the number of times the lead soprano faltered on a particularly challenging, near-silent note. The quest for sleep even infiltrated her wardrobe. Specialized weighted blankets constructed from layers of lead-lined silk and embroidered with patterns of sleeping moon sprites were commissioned. The idea was that the gentle pressure would mimic a comforting embrace, grounding her body and mind. Instead, Serafina felt as though she were being slowly flattened by a particularly well-intentioned but misguided boulder, her limbs pinned, her breathing slightly constricted, leading to even greater agitation. Her diet was stripped bare of anything remotely stimulating. For months, she subsisted on a regime of warm, bland gruel, boiled vegetables that had long since surrendered their flavor, and water that had been filtered through 7 layers of volcanic rock. No sugar, no spices, no rich meats, no stimulating tea or coffee, though she had never been much for coffee anyway. The monotony of her meals, rather than calming her, only served to highlight the restless energy of her mind. She would find herself mentally cataloging the subtle variations in texture of her daily gruel, a truly captivating thought for a sovereign. The royal exerciser, a surprisingly spry man named Sir Gareth, initially prescribed vigorous physical exhaustion. He had Seraphina engage in brisk morning rides, long walks through the expansive royal hunting grounds, and even a brief, ill-fated attempt at competitive falconry. The result was a body that ached with fatigue, but a mind that remained stubbornly, infuriatingly alert, pondering the strategic advantages of different falconry maneuvers. When exhaustion failed, Sir Gareth pivoted to gentle, meditative exercises. He had her perform slow, deliberate stretches, focusing on her breath, and even attempted to teach her the ancient art of sleepwalking, not the actual somnambulism, but a specific repetitive gait designed to lull the brain. Seraphina, ever diligent, perfected the gait, but still found herself meticulously counting the number of steps it took to traverse her bedchamber. Her bedchamber itself became a laboratory of repose. Architects were summoned to design the perfect sleep chamber, a room engineered for optimal airflow, temperature regulation, and even subtle adjustments to the Earth's magnetic fields, an idea championed by Dr. Phineas after a particularly inspiring dream of his own. The windows were triple glazed to block out even the faintest whisper of the outside world, and special tapestries woven with specific colors and patterns, believed to promote tranquility, adorned the walls. Yet within this technologically advanced sanctuary, Seraphina found the silence oppressive, the perfectly still air strangely unsettling, and the harmonious patterns on the tapestries merely provided a new canvas for her endlessly active mind to trace and retrace. The Queen's personal struggle radiated outwards, permeating the very atmosphere of the palace. The royal night watchman, traditionally a figure of quiet solitude, found himself increasingly engaged in conversation with the Queen during the pre-dawn hours, often fetching her warm milk, a forgotten book, or simply listening as she described the precise layout of her next day's schedule. The other courtiers, though they rarely saw the Queen before midday, knew of her plight. The palace kitchen, typically dormant after supper, often stirred to life in the dead of night to prepare a light, bland snack for the Queen should her stomach dare to rumble. The whispers in the corridors were often of Seraphina's latest failed remedy, delivered with a mixture of sympathy and a sort of weary shared humor. No one truly blamed her for her sleeplessness. It was simply a fact of royal life, like the changing of the guard or the inevitable arrival of tax season. Seraphina herself, after years of this relentless pursuit of rest, had developed a quiet, almost philosophical acceptance of her condition. She understood, with the detached clarity of the chronically awake, that her mind simply preferred to operate outside the normal parameters of human rest. She had read every ancient text on sleep, from the dream interpretations of the old kingdoms to the precise rituals of the sun worshippers. She had meditated until her legs ached, paced the vast empty halls of her palace until her feet were sore, and watched countless sunrises paint the sky with hues of rose and gold, not out of a love for the dawn, but because she was already there. Waiting, a sleepless sovereign in a world that insisted on dreaming. She longed for true, unburdened sleep, the kind that erased the day and refreshed the soul, but it remained an elusive mirage, a cruel jest played by her own indefatigable brain. Her life was an endless loop of vigilant thought, her body a mere vessel for a mind that refused to quiet its relentless, methodical hum. Every night was a battle, and every dawn found her still standing, technically undefeated, but undeniably, profoundly tired. The morning light, which for most heralded a new beginning, for Queen Seraphina merely signaled the end of another long. Chapter 2. The Curious Artifact. The relentless cycle of Seraphina's waking nights continued, a monotonous rhythm punctuated only by the occasional and increasingly desperate arrival of a new, supposedly miraculous cure. It was against this backdrop of pervasive royal exhaustion that the delegation from the distant, rarely visited Whisperwind Isles made their dramatic entrance. They arrived not in the usual stately galleons, but in a strange and sealant vessel with sails woven from an unknown, iridescent material that shimmered like captured moonlight, gliding into the harbor without a ripple. The islanders themselves were a study in quiet intensity, their robes woven with intricate patterns resembling swirling mists, their eyes holding a deep, ancient knowledge that hinted at a world far removed from the pragmatic sensibilities of the verdant coast. They moved with a peculiar grace, almost as if existing in a slightly different dimension of time. Their leader, a woman of indeterminate age named Lyra, whose voice was as soft and resonant as a cello string, presented their offering with an air of profound solemnity. It was a mirror, unlike any ever seen in the verdant coast. The frame was not of gilded wood or polished silver, but of a dark, unidentifiable metal that seemed to absorb light rather than reflect it, its surface subtly shifting in hue as one moved around it, from a deep, bruised purple to an almost ethereal charcoal gray. It was carved with symbols that none of the court scholars could identify, intricate spirals and interlocking geometric forms that seemed to hum with a silent, unseen energy. The glass itself was the most peculiar element. It was remarkably clear, almost unnervingly so, reflecting images with a stark, almost brutal fidelity, yet it possessed a subtle, almost imperceptible undulation, as if the surface of a deep, still pool had been momentarily disturbed by an unseen breath. It stood taller than any man, framed within its dark, imposing border, reflecting the hushed faces of the courtiers with an unblinking gaze. Lyra spoke of the mirror's origins in a language that was both beautiful and obscure, translated haltingly by a nervous royal linguist. She explained that it was a gift, a symbol of their people's respect for Queen Seraphina's tireless governance. More than that, she claimed it was a relic of ancient craftsmanship, known among her people as the reflector of respite, a device believed to possess the unique property of drawing forth the true self, and, more pertinently for Seraphina, of stilling the agitated mind by revealing its quietest depths. The Whisper-Wind Islanders, Lyra explained with a serene smile, held a deep reverence for the liminal spaces between waking and sleeping, and this mirror, she suggested, was a key to unlocking those elusive thresholds. Her words were poetic, evasive, and utterly lacking in any practical instruction, which only deepened the court's collective apprehension. Dr. Elara, the royal physician of body, approached the mirror with the cautious curiosity of a scientist confronting an uncatalogued species. She prodded its dark frame with a gloved finger, felt its surprisingly cool surface, and even attempted to tap on the glass, which produced a dull, resonant thrum rather than a sharp clang. She squinted at her own reflection, then stepped back, a faint frown creasing her brow. "Remarkably clear," she murmured. "Yet it feels as though it looks back." Dr. Phineas, ever the more philosophically inclined, circled the mirror slowly, his chin cupped in his hand. "A reflector of respite, you say?" he mused aloud, turning to Lyra. "And how, precisely, does one encourage this respite?" Lyra merely smiled, her eyes like polished obsidian. "One need only gaze, enlightened one. The mirror reveals what is necessary." Her answer was less than hopeful. The court, having witnessed countless failed remedies, reacted with a familiar cocktail of skepticism and a renewed, if fragile, hope. Master Ems, the royal bedtime storyteller, peered at his own reflection and muttered something about it making his gray hairs appear unnaturally vibrant. The royal pillow fluffer instinctively reached out a hand, as if to test its resilience, then thought better of it. The sopranos, who had been practicing their near-inaudible lullabies in a distant chamber, now paused, drawn by the unsettling presence of the new arrival. There was a palpable shift in the air, a sense that this was not merely another herbal infusion or peculiar exercise regime. This mirror, with its silent, absorbing presence, felt different. It felt resonant. Queen Seraphina, who had been observing the entire presentation with her usual blend of polite attention and weary resignation, merely offered a faint nod. She had long ago abandoned any genuine expectation of a cure. Her physicians, bless their persistent souls, would undoubtedly wish to examine it further, perhaps even incorporate it into her nightly ritual. She imagined yet another attempt, another strange object to observe in the long dark hours before dawn, perhaps reflecting back her own tired face with a new, unsettling clarity. She had seen too many hopeful concoctions turn to bitter disappointments, too many ingenious devices prove utterly useless against the formidable wall of her wakefulness. This mirror, no matter how exotic its origins or poetic its description, was surely just another sophisticated distraction, another elaborate prop in the ongoing, fruitless theatrical production of her sleep quest. The physicians, however, were intrigued, if for no other reason than the sheer novelty. Dr. Elara, after consulting with Dr. Phineas, decided that the mirror, given its purported calming properties, should be placed within the Queen's direct line of sight in her personal sitting antechamber, a transitional space between her study and her bedchamber. This way, they reasoned, she could observe it at her leisure, and they could study its effects without disrupting her already fragile attempts at rest. The process of moving the enormous heavy mirror was an undertaking in itself, requiring a dozen royal porters and a complex system of ropes and pulleys. It was finally set against the wall opposite a large, ornate window, positioned so that it would catch the ambient light of the moon, which was, according to Lyra's cryptic explanation, when its quietest depths were most accessible. Once installed, the mirror began to subtly assert its peculiar presence. Courtiers passing by the antechamber reported odd experiences. Some claimed their reflections seemed to linger for a fraction of a second longer than they should, like an afterimage burned into the glass. Others swore that the colors reflected in the mirror were somehow richer, more intense than the actual objects themselves. A particularly nervous scullery maid, sent to polish the antechamber's marble floor, claimed that the mirror's surface felt warm to the touch, despite the cool temperature of the room, and that she had seen a faint, almost imperceptible shimmer emanating from its depths, like heat haze on a summer road. The royal night watchman, accustomed to the silent, still grandeur of the palace at night, swore that he occasionally heard a faint, almost subliminal hum emanating from the mirror when the rest of the palace was utterly silent. A sound like a distant, perfectly tuned bell. He dismissed it, of course, as the product of his own fatigue, but the observation lingered in his mind. Dr. Elara and Dr. Phineas took turns observing the mirror, often from a discreet distance, making notes in their leather-bound journals. They catalogued its slight shifts in hue, the subtle distortions of light, the curious way it seemed to draw the eye. They tested its reflective properties with various objects: a freshly cut rose, a polished silver goblet, a flickering candle. The rose appeared impossibly vibrant in its reflection. The goblet gleamed with an almost painful brilliance, and the candle flame in the mirror seemed to dance with a life of its own, its light somehow purer, more focused. The physicians noted these anomalies with a mixture of scientific curiosity and growing unease. They considered these observations further evidence of its unique properties, perhaps a form of optical illusion, or an effect of the unusual metal frame. They dared not consider anything more extraordinary, not yet. They were scientists, after all, and the bizarre was merely the unclassified. Serafina, though still outwardly composed, felt a strange, almost magnetic pull from the mirror whenever she passed through the antechamber. She would glance at it, her reflection staring back with that unsettling clarity, and for a fleeting moment she felt a peculiar sense of heightened awareness, as if her already sharp senses had been honed to an impossible edge. The mirror didn't just reflect, it seemed to enhancing. It was unsettling. She saw the minute lines of fatigue around her eyes with a stark precision, the faint shadows beneath her jaw, the barely perceptible tremor in her hand as she reached for a stack of dispatches. It was as though the mirror was stripping away the protective layers of her courtly persona, revealing the raw, unadorned truth of her sleepless existence. She found herself subconsciously straightening her posture, smoothing her gown, as if the mirror demanded a higher standard of presentation, a more precise reflection of reality. The court's general consensus after a week of observation was that the reflector of respite was certainly an object of uncommon craftsmanship, perhaps even possessing some advanced unknown optical properties. But as a cure for the Queen's chronic sleeplessness? That remained to be seen. It was too passive, too subtle. The Whisperwind Islanders had left, sailing away as silently as they had arrived, leaving behind their enigmatic gift and a lingering sense of quiet mystery. The physicians, in their cautious optimism, decided it was time for Seraphina to actively engage with the mirror, to perhaps sit before it in the quiet hours of the evening, allowing its purported stilling properties to take effect. They reasoned that if it could truly quiet the mind by revealing its quietest depths, then perhaps, just perhaps, it could lead her to the elusive shores of sleep. Seraphina, with a sigh that was almost imperceptible, agreed. She had, after all, tried everything else. What was one more peculiar object in the long, strange list of failed remedies? Little did she, or anyone else, know that this mirror, with its unsettling clarity and silent hum, was about to unleash a nocturnal regimen far more potent and far more unwelcome than anything they had ever conceived. Its peculiar properties were about to manifest in a way that would shatter the fragile peace of the royal night, turning the Queen's cherished, albeit sleepless, solitude into an unrelenting, profoundly disturbing, and utterly inescapable dawn. Chapter 3. First Reflection. The grand gilded mirror, once shrouded in layers of protective velvet and the hushed reverence of nervous palace staff, now stood unveiled. It dominated a significant portion of the main antechamber leading to Queen Seraphina's private study, a space chosen not for its mystical aura, but for its robust floorboards and excellent natural light. The Queen herself had overseen its placement. Not with particular enthusiasm, but with the weary precision she applied to all matters of state, from the alignment of ceremonial banners to the deployment of new tax collectors. Its frame, a riot of intricately carved figures depicting languid nymphs and slumbering lions, was undeniably a masterpiece of craftsmanship, though the symbolism of sleep felt rather ironically pointed in her presence. The glass itself, however, was what truly captured the light, and by extension the Queen's perpetually vigilant attention. It was not the perfect, flawless surface of modern polished silver, but possessed a subtle, almost imperceptible ripple, a ghost of the artisan's breath in its making, giving it a peculiar depth that seemed to draw in the room's ambient glow. Seraphina approached it, her hands clasped behind her back, her gaze analytical rather than admiring. Her royal mirror polisher, a meticulous man named Bartholomew, who had previously been employed perfecting the sheen on the palace's collection of historical armor, had spent the better part of a day with fine cloths and specially imported polishing pastes, coaxing from the ancient glass a brilliance that truly defied its age. He had even, under the watchful eye of Dr. Phineas, whispered soothing incantations over its surface, a rather futile gesture that Seraphina had tolerated with her usual detached politeness. The Queen observed her reflection as one might inspect a newly commissioned portrait, noting the familiar shadows beneath her eyes, the faint but persistent lines of thought etched around her mouth. Her crown, always precisely centered, gleamed back at her, a weighty symbol of her ceaseless responsibility. It was during this initial dispassionate assessment that she saw it. A flicker, not a ripple, nor a distortion caused by the imperfect glass, but something sharper, more ephemeral. For a fraction of a second, the image of her own face seemed to shift. Not dramatically, not a monstrous transformation, but as if a single fleeting expression, one she hadn't consciously made, had ghosted across her features. Her left eyebrow, which normally maintained a regal steady arch, seemed to momentarily twitch upwards, a gesture of surprise or perhaps amusement. Yet her actual eyebrow remained perfectly still, a silent testament to her practiced stoicism. Serafina blinked. Slowly, deliberately. The reflection remained as it should be, perfectly mirroring her current, composed expression. She lifted a hand, and her reflected hand moved in perfect synchronicity. She shifted her weight, and the reflected Serafina shifted with her. It was, to all appearances, a perfectly functional, if exceptionally ornate mirror. She narrowed her eyes, then widened them, trying to catch the elusive anomaly again. Nothing. She tilted her head slightly, then her reflection mimicked the movement flawlessly. Perhaps, she mused, it was merely a trick of the light. The antechamber, despite its natural illumination from a tall, arched window, did experience subtle variations as clouds drifted across the sun, or as the polished floor reflected the light in unexpected ways. Her sleeplessness, she knew, sometimes caused minor visual disturbances, a sort of fatigue-induced shimmer at the edges of her vision. She dismissed it for the moment as one of those inconsequential aberrations. She spent the next hour attending to correspondence, signing decrees, and listening to the rather convoluted explanations of the royal overseer of livestock regarding an unexpected surplus of particularly stubborn sheep. Yet, the memory of that brief, unbidden twitch remained in the periphery of her mind, an uncatalogued piece of data. Later that afternoon, as she passed the mirror again on her way to the royal archives, she paused. The light had shifted, casting the antechamber in a softer, more diffused glow. She glanced into the mirror, not intending to scrutinize, but merely as one might glance at any reflective surface. And there it was, again. This time, her reflection's lips, while otherwise perfectly mirroring her own neutral expression, seemed to curl upwards, ever so slightly, into a faint, almost imperceptible smirk. A knowing, sardonic twist that was utterly alien to Serafina's public persona, and indeed, to her private self, especially given the current state of her livestock inventory. She stopped dead. Her heart, a remarkably efficient organ that rarely deviated from its methodical rhythm, gave a faint, entirely uncharacteristic lurch. This was no trick of the light. This was no optical illusion born of fatigue. Her actual lips remained a flat, unsmiling line. The reflected image, however, held that subtle, unsettling curve for a full second before snapping back into perfect alignment with her true face. She stepped closer, her analytical mind already racing through possibilities. Was it a defect in the silvering? A subtle vibration in the floor? Could the distant rumble of the royal baker's massive ovens, which sometimes caused the very foundations of the palace to hum, be causing a sympathetic resonance within the mirror's glass? Highly unlikely. The smirking reflection had seemed too deliberate, too expressive. For the remainder of the day, Serafina found herself making detours. Instead of taking the most direct route from her study to the dining hall, she would choose the longer path that took her past the antechamber. She would pause, ostensibly to admire a tapestry or adjust a slightly askew vase, but her gaze would always drift to the mirror. Each time the flickers were different, yet consistently subtle. Once, her reflected eyes seemed to roll upwards in a gesture of profound exasperation, even as her real eyes remained fixed and unblinking. Another time, her reflected hands, which in reality were clasped demurely, appeared to tap an impatient rhythm against her own arm. These were not grand, theatrical gestures, but fleeting, almost subliminal expressions that mirrored an internal state Serafina might have felt, but never displayed. They were the private sighs, the unspoken frustrations, the brief flashes of quiet humor that flickered through her perpetually active mind, but were rigorously suppressed by her regal bearing. This new phenomenon, while certainly peculiar, did not immediately alarm her. Rather, it provided her sleepless mind with a fresh and utterly captivating puzzle. It was a novel distraction, something to observe, to categorize, to attempt to explain. That night, as the moon climbed high and silent beyond her triple-glazed windows, Serafina found herself thinking not of the precise wording of tomorrow's trade agreements, nor of the delicate balance of power among her neighboring dukedoms, but of the mirror. She replayed each flicker in her mind, attempting to discern a pattern, a rhythm, an underlying cause. She imagined her reflection, emancipated from the direct control of her conscious will, performing a silent pantomime of her suppressed emotions. It was, in a strange way, rather entertaining. A curious, silent play performed by an unwanted understudy of herself. She rose from her bed, her nightgown rustling softly as she moved. The royal night watchman, slumbering peacefully in his designated discreet corner of the corridor, did not stir. Serafina moved with the practiced quietness of someone who had spent countless hours navigating the sleeping palace. She made her way to the antechamber. The mirror, catching the faint glow of the moon filtering through the high window, glimmered with a soft, ethereal light. It stood there, dark and imposing, a silent sentinel in the sleeping palace. She approached it cautiously, almost reverently, drawn by an inexplicable pull. Her heart, which had been methodically ticking through the long silent hours, quickened ever so slightly. She stood before it, her shadow long and distorted behind her. The reflection that stared back was her own, yet it seemed sharper, more vivid. And then it happened again. This time, it wasn't just a flicker. Her reflected self seemed to sag, her shoulders slumping, her head tilting to the side, a gesture of profound weariness. Her reflected eyes, though still open, seemed to gaze out with an almost unbearable exhaustion, far deeper than even Serafina's own chronic fatigue. It was the reflection of a soul utterly depleted, utterly bone-tired. It lasted longer this time, a full 2 seconds, perhaps 3, before snapping back to her usual upright, vigilant posture. The raw, aching weariness depicted by her reflection was so profound, so utterly unmasked, that Serafina felt a surprising jolt of something akin to pity. Pity for her own reflected self, for the hidden toll her sleeplessness truly took. She reached out a hand, almost touching the cool surface of the glass, but hesitated. The mirror felt subtly different now, not just a polished surface, but something with a palpable, if indefinable, presence. It hummed, or perhaps that was just the reverberation of her own heightened senses. The thought that this object, this Eichgifte, might possess some kind of awareness, however rudimentary, was ludicrous. And yet, the subtle, expressive shifts in her reflection defied any logical explanation she could concoct. It was too precise, too deliberate in its gestures, too attuned to the very emotions she strove so hard to conceal. Serafina spent the remainder of the night in the antechamber, seated on a padded bench opposite the mirror, a heavy velvet curtain drawn across the window to block the impending dawn. She watched. She waited. She observed every subtle shift in light, every imperceptible change in the surrounding environment, trying to replicate the conditions under which the flickers had occurred. But the mirror remained perfectly still, a flawless reflection of her own still, watchful form. No more exaggerated sighs, no more weary slumps, no more knowing smirks. It was as if the mirror, or whatever peculiar energy resided within it, had decided to play its game only on its own terms. As the first faint light of dawn began to press against the heavy curtain, Serafina finally returned to her bedchamber, her mind buzzing with a new, deeply intriguing mystery. The mirror had not brought her sleep, not even a moment of restful oblivion. But it had, perhaps for the first time in years, given her a new topic to occupy her insomniac hours. A curious distraction far more compelling than the textural variations of gruel, or the exact number of steps to her bedchamber. She was, in a strange, unexpected way, almost looking forward to her next encounter with it, a sentiment that was entirely novel for a queen, whose days were typically filled with predictable, albeit important, duties. The peculiar properties hinted at by the envoy from the distant land of Eldoria were, it seemed, proving to be far more subtly disruptive and utterly captivating than anyone could have possibly imagined. The quest for sleep had inadvertently stumbled upon a new, infinitely more perplexing, waking pursuit. Chapter 4. Whispers in the Glass. The days following Queen Seraphina's unsettling encounters with the peculiar mirror settled into a rhythm of meticulous governance and quiet observation. Her waking hours, already a blur of administrative detail, now included subtle detours past the antechamber, her gaze lingering on the polished surface, waiting for another glimpse of that fleeting, unauthorized reflection. Yet, during the harsh light of day, or even the soft glow of twilight, the mirror remained obstinately normal, a pristine and perfect reflection of the grand antechamber and all who passed through it. The subtle smirks and weary slumps, it seemed, were reserved for the deeper hours, for the profound silence of the sleeping palace. It was during one such long echoing night, a night that stretched out before her like an unwritten scroll of endless parchment, that Seraphina first heard them. She had retreated to her antechamber, drawn by the same inexplicable pull that had led her there before, compelled by the quiet intellectual curiosity the mirror now aroused. The moon, a sliver of silver beyond the heavy blackout curtains, provided only a faint, diffused luminescence that barely touched the mirror's surface. She settled onto her padded bench, prepared for another session of patient, fruitless observation. The palace was utterly still, save for the rhythmic, distant snoring of the royal night watchman and the occasional, almost imperceptible creak of ancient timbers settling deeper into their foundations. This was the quiet she had so desperately sought for years, the perfect, unblemished silence that most people cherished as the cradle of sleep. But this night, the silence was not entirely silent. It was there, a faint, almost inaudible rustling, like dry leaves skittering across a distant cobbled courtyard, or the ghost of 1,000 muffled conversations. It was a sound that seemed to exist just at the very edge of perception, a murmuring that her sleepless, hypervigilant mind, finely tuned to the minutiae of the world, could just barely discern. Seraphina sat straighter, her head cocked, her breathing shallow. She closed her eyes, trying to isolate the sound, to remove any visual distractions. Yes, it was there. A low, persistent hum, layered with what sounded like faint, indistinguishable voices. Whispers. They were not words she could recognize, not a language she knew, but rather the collective breath of many, speaking in unison, yet without clarity. It was like listening to a bustling market square from several city blocks away, where individual cries and bartering became one indistinct hypnotic thrum. Her first thought was that the accumulated fatigue had finally taken its toll, that her mind, starved of true rest, was beginning to conjure auditory hallucinations. She had, after all, read countless medical treatises on the effects of prolonged sleeplessness, and phantom sounds were a common symptom. She opened her eyes, gazing at the mirror. The whispers seemed to emanate from its depths, from the dark, reflective surface that now seemed to absorb the meager light rather than reflecting it. She leaned closer, her ear almost grazing the cool glass. The sound intensified, ever so slightly, still indistinct but undeniably present. It was not a physical vibration, not the hum of the baker's ovens or the palace's creaking timbers. This was a sound that felt as if it originated within the glass itself, a subtle resonant frequency that spoke only to her unsleeping ears. Determined to rule out any external cause, Seraphina summoned the royal night watchman. He was, as usual, a picture of tranquil repose, rousing himself with a bewildered stretch when she gently tapped his shoulder. "Master Thorn," she whispered, her voice barely above her breath, "do you hear anything?" Master Thorn, a man whose hearing was famously acute having once identified a mouse gnawing on a forgotten parchment scroll from 100 paces, stood for a moment, listening intently. He cupped a hand to his ear, his brow furrowed in concentration. He listened to the distant hoot of an owl, the faint whisper of wind through the battlements, the soft patter of a late-night rain shower against the courtyard stones. He heard the customary silence of the sleeping palace. "Your Majesty," he said, his voice a low rumble, "save for the usual nocturnals, I hear nothing amiss. The palace is as quiet as a tomb." He even pressed his ear to the mirror's surface, as Seraphina had done, then shook his head, a quizzical expression on his face. "A fine piece of glass, Your Majesty, but as silent as the grave." Seraphina thanked him, dismissed him, and watched as he shuffled back to his post, doubtless pondering the vagaries of royal eccentricities. She sat back down, a peculiar mix of frustration and confirmation washing over her. So, it was just her. Or, it was the mirror, but only for her. This deepened the mystery, adding a new layer of complexity to her current fascination. The whispers were undeniably there. A faint, incessant chorus that hummed just beneath the threshold of her conscious thought, yet refused to be ignored. Over the next few nights, the whispers grew, not in volume, but in persistence. They were a constant companion to her sleeplessness, a low, oral fog that settled around her in the antechamber. She tried to discern words, to pull meaning from the indistinct babble. Was it a language? Was it just static, the internal noise of a sentient object? Sometimes it sounded like a frantic argument, then it would soften into what seemed like a mournful lament, before shifting again to a rapid, chattering cascade of sounds, like tiny pebbles, skittering across a frozen pond. None of it made sense, but it was profoundly distracting. Dr. Phineas and Dr. Elara, still unaware of the mirror's auditory peculiarities, continued their tireless, if now somewhat routine, attempts to induce sleep. They introduced a new form of sound therapy, involving a miniature orchestra of lutes and harps, trained to play compositions specifically designed to mimic the gentle lapping of waves on a shore. The musicians, poor souls, would perform their somniferous melodies outside her bedchamber, their fingers aching from the repetitive, deliberately dull harmony. Seraphina, lying in her bed, heard the faint plucking of strings, a sound that ordinarily might have soothed her. But now it was utterly drowned out by the internal symphony of whispers emanating from the mirror, echoing in her mind even from a distance. The irony was not lost on her. The palace was filled with sounds designed to induce sleep, and the one sound that truly penetrated her consciousness was the very one that kept her most awake, most attentive. She began to conduct her own informal experiments. She would stand at varying distances from the mirror, trying to map the sound's intensity. It seemed strongest when she was directly in front of it, and diminished, though never entirely disappeared, the further she moved away. She tried placing different materials around it, heavy tapestries, thick wool blankets, even a lead sheet borrowed from the palace's alchemy lab. Nothing dampened the whispers. They seemed to permeate everything, a sound without true acoustic properties, existing more as a resonant presence than a physical vibration. One particularly restless night, driven by a perverse need to understand, Seraphina decided to bring witnesses. She woke her personal lady-in-waiting, Lady Isolde, a woman of impeccable discretion and remarkable tolerance for the Queen's nocturnal habits. "Isolde," Seraphina whispered, her voice low and urgent, "I require your assistance. Come to the antechamber." Isolde, accustomed to being summoned for various late-night tasks, from the retrieval of obscure tax ledgers to the procurement of extra soft pillows, followed without question, her face a mask of sleepy obedience. "Stand here," Isolde Seraphina instructed, pointing to a spot directly in front of the mirror. "Now listen. Tell me what you hear." Isolde closed her eyes, her brow furrowed in concentration. She listened. The only sound was the distant chirping of crickets, and the faint, almost imperceptible rustle of the Queen's silk nightgown. "Your Majesty," Isolde finally said, opening her eyes, a hint of concern in their depths. "I hear nothing but the quiet of the night. Is something amiss?" Seraphina pressed her. "Oh, and I." "No." Listen closer. A murmuring. A faint, indistinct chattering. "Do you perceive it now?" Isolde leaned in, her ear almost touching the cool glass. She shook her head. "No, Your Majesty. It is silent." Seraphina felt a strange mix of disappointment and a peculiar, solitary thrill. The mirror, her peculiar new companion, was revealing itself only to her. It was a private secret, a shared intimacy with an inanimate object, if such a thing were possible. The whispers, though still indecipherable, began to take on a subtle character. Sometimes they felt agitated, a frantic eddy of sound that mirrored her own suppressed frustrations with bureaucracy, or her quiet despair over her sleeplessness. Other times they seemed to carry a detached, almost amused quality, a faint, almost musical hum that seemed to mock her tireless efforts. It was as if the mirror was not merely reflecting her emotions as flickers, but subtly commenting on them through this ambient oral tapestry. Her nights, once a vast, empty expanse of unproductive vigilance, were now filled with the meticulous task of trying to decode these auditory riddles. She would sit for hours, her back straight, her hands clasped in her lap, her mind wholly consumed by the elusive sounds. She tried to categorize them, to find recurring patterns, to discern if the whispers correlated with her own internal state or with external factors. Did they intensify when she thought of a particular problem? Did they quiet when she was calm? The answer was frustratingly inconsistent, adding another layer to the enigma. This new development, while undoubtedly taxing on her already fatigued mind, offered a strange kind of comfort. The profound loneliness of her sleepless nights, the sense of being the only truly awake soul in a slumbering world, was subtly alleviated by the constant, if incomprehensible, presence of the whispers. They were a companion, a challenge, a secret kept only between her and the glass. The mirror had transformed from a mere object of curiosity into an active participant in her nocturnal existence. It was not bringing her sleep, but it was certainly preventing the quiet despair that often accompanied her long, lonely hours. Her mind, endlessly seeking stimulation, had found its newest, most captivating puzzle. The royal Insomniac now had a secret confidante, an enigmatic source of auditory phenomena that filled the silence of her endless nights with a persistent, indecipherable hum. She yearned to understand it, to decipher the cryptic language of the glass. For in its whispers, she felt, lay a key to something far more profound than just a few fleeting reflections. Chapter 5. The unwaking dawn. Queen Seraphina had spent the entirety of the previous night in the antechamber, as had become her peculiar habit. The whispers, her secret, ever-present companions, had been particularly insistent. They had seemed to swell and recede in waves, sometimes forming a frantic, almost desperate chorus, at other times settling into a low, resonant drone that vibrated not just in her ears, but seemingly within the very bones of her skull. She had tried, as always, to decipher their elusive meaning, to pluck a single intelligible word from the cacophony, but they remained a shroud of indistinguishable sound, a phantom language spoken only to her unsleeping mind. She had watched the mirror, her reflection a silent stoic counterpart to the unseen auditory maelstrom, waiting for another subtle flicker, another unbidden expression. Yet the glass remained perfectly still, its surface reflecting only her own unwavering vigilance. As the deep night gave way to the hours just before dawn, the whispers had seemed to intensify, reaching a crescendo that was almost painful in its persistence. 1,000 tiny voices, clamoring for her attention. Then, quite abruptly, they ceased. Not gradually fading, but simply stopping, leaving behind a silence so profound, so utterly absolute, that it felt heavier than any sound. It was the sort of silence that presses in on the ears, making them ache for even the faintest disturbance. Serafina had closed her eyes, reveling, for a brief fleeting moment, in the novel absence of internal noise. She felt a strange, unfamiliar pull, a sensation not unlike the gentle tug of a receding tide, drawing her downwards, deeper into something soft and dark. The last thought she remembered having, before the darkness claimed her, was a fleeting, almost detached wonder at the sheer, unblemished quiet. When Queen Serafina awoke, it was not with a familiar, grinding ache in her temples, nor the customary grit in her eyes. There was no sensation of having fought a silent, all-night battle against her own consciousness. Instead, she awoke with a startling, almost violent suddenness. Her eyes simply opened. The room was bathed in a vibrant golden light, streaming through the tall arched window. Now, unobscured by the heavy velvet curtain she usually drew across it, the antechamber was filled with the cheerful, if somewhat raucous, chirping of the palace birds, a sound she normally only heard as a distant, irritating preamble to another exhausting day. The air, crisp and sweet, carried the scent of freshly cut grass from the royal lawns and the faint, tantalizing aroma of baking bread from the distant kitchens. It was full morning. Full, indisputable, unapologetic morning. Serafina sat upright on the padded bench, a strange, profound sense of disorientation washing over her. Her mind, usually a whirl of unceasing calculations and strategic planning, felt remarkably clear. Her limbs, typically stiff and protesting, were loose and limber. Her eyes, instead of their usual weary shadow, felt bright, almost painfully so, as if they had just been thoroughly scrubbed. She reached up a hand to her face, touching her cheeks. They felt cool, not flushed with the feverish internal heat of prolonged wakefulness. She felt for the first time in years truly, thoroughly, time-rested again. The sensation was so utterly alien, so profoundly unexpected, that it triggered not relief, but a deep, pervasive wave of unsettling alarm. This was wrong. This was profoundly, fundamentally wrong. She had not chosen to sleep. Sleep, for her, had always been a thing to be chased, to be pleaded with, to be bargained for, and almost always a thing that eluded her grasp. To simply wakai like this, refreshed, without memory of having fallen into that coveted oblivion, felt like a violation. It was as if a crucial part of her nightly ritual, her very essence as the sleepless queen, had been stolen from her. She had lost hours, a vast, blank chasm of time, without her permission, without her conscious participation. Who had been in control? What had transpired in her absence? The very idea was anathema to a monarch whose life was defined by control, by vigilance. She rose, her movements surprisingly fluid, and walked to the window. The palace grounds were alive with activity. Gardeners were tending to the rose bushes. Stable hands were leading horses to the exercise paddocks, and palace guards, their armor gleaming in the morning sun, were already positioned at their posts. The world outside, which she usually greeted with a resigned sigh, was bustling with an unfamiliar energy. She saw children, members of the lesser court families, laughing as they chased a stray pigeon across the courtyard, a sight she would typically note with detached interest. But now it struck her as an almost jarring explosion of sound and light. It was all too vibrant, too alive. She felt like an uninvited guest in her own morning. The first person she encountered was Lady Isolde, her lady-in-waiting, who entered the antechamber with a carefully practiced tiptoe, carrying a tray with the Queen's customary pre-breakfast gruel and a glass of warm filtered water. Isolde's eyes were still a little heavy with sleep. and she moved with the quiet deference expected when approaching a queen known to be perpetually on the verge of exhaustion. But then Isolde looked up, truly looked at Serafina, and her eyes widened. The tray clattered against the small side table as she set it down, a tiny gasp escaping her lips. "Your Majesty," she exclaimed, her voice a mixture of awe and utter bewilderment. You are..." She trailed off, unable to articulate the profound difference she saw. Serafina knew what she saw. The usual pallor was gone, replaced by a subtle, healthy flush. The shadows beneath her eyes, those faithful companions of her reign, had vanished. Her posture, always straight, seemed to carry an uncharacteristic lightness, an almost buoyant quality. She didn't look like the Queen Serafina of the verdant coast, the royal Insomniac. She looked, to her own unsettling observation in the reflective surface of the nearby polished table, like a queen who had just returned from a long, peaceful holiday. "I slept," Isolde, Serafina stated, her voice flat, devoid of the triumph one might expect. "All night, it seems." Isolde's jaw dropped. "By the divine light, it is a miracle. We must send word to Dr. Ilara and Dr. Phineas at once. They will be beside themselves with joy." She practically danced with excitement, a stark contrast to Serafina's own quiet dread. The news, as news often did in the palace, traveled with the speed of wildfire, fueled by royal decree. Within minutes, it seemed, the antechamber was swarming. Dr. Ilara, flushed and breathless, arrived first, her medical bag clutched in her hand. Dr. Phineas followed close behind, his spectacles slightly askew, his usually somber face alight with a mixture of disbelief and intellectual ecstasy. Courtiers, roused from their own, less dramatic slumber, began to gather in the adjacent hallways, whispering in hushed, excited tones. "Your Majesty," Dr. Ilara cried, her voice trembling with emotion. She immediately began to conduct a hurried, if somewhat bewildered, examination. She checked Serafina's pulse, felt her forehead, peered into her eyes. "The clarity! The vitality! It's truly unprecedented." Dr. Phineas, ever the theorist, began to pace. "The neural pathways, Your Majesty. They must have finally achieved synchronous oscillation. The brain waves, for the first time in years, achieved that coveted delta state. But how? Was it the moon milk finally reaching its latent potency? The whispering willow tea? Perhaps unlocking ancient sleep memory?" He looked at her, his eyes shining with frantic speculation. Serafina merely stared at them, a polite, almost detached smile on her face. She listened to their increasingly animated conjectures, their theories ranging from a newly discovered property of the dream catcher Lily Dew to a rare alignment of celestial bodies. She offered no explanation, no insight into the profound, unnatural silence that had preceded her sudden descent into slumber. She did not mention the whispers. She certainly did not mention the mirror. The truth, as she was beginning to understand it, was too peculiar, too unsettling, to share with these well-meaning, logic-bound individuals. Her gaze, subtle but insistent, kept drifting towards the grand gilded mirror. It stood there, innocently reflecting the morning light, its ornate frame a testament to fine craftsmanship. It appeared perfectly normal, utterly inert. No flickers, no smirks, no weary slumps, and, tellingly, no whispers. The profound silence that had settled upon her just before sleep still clung to the air around the mirror, an invisible shroud. It was as if the mirror, having achieved its unknown purpose, had simply ceased its nocturnal song. Serafina felt a chilling wave of suspicion wash over her. It had to be the mirror. It was the newest, most inexplicable variable in her carefully controlled existence. It had brought the strange flickers, the unheard whispers, and now this utterly alien, unsought-for sleep. She had yearned for rest for so long, and now that it had been thrust upon her, seemingly by an inanimate object with an agenda of its own, She felt robbed rather than relieved. Her sleeplessness, while a burden, had also been a unique aspect of her reign. A testament to her tireless dedication, a private battle she fought and endured. It had given her endless hours of clear-headed planning, an advantage over her drowsy counterparts in other kingdoms. Now she felt vulnerable. She felt unmanaging. She walked over to the mirror, slowly, deliberately, her presence silencing the excited chatter of the physicians and courtiers. She stood before it, her reflected eyes meeting her own with a startling clarity. She saw no weariness, no shadows, no trace of her long struggle. Only a queen, perfectly rested, perfectly poised, a woman who looked to all outward appearances entirely content. But inside, Seraphina felt a knot of profound unease tightening in her stomach. The mirror had given her what she most desired, but it had done so on its own terms, in its own mysterious way, and in doing so, it had taken something else. Her understanding, her control, and perhaps her very sense of self. The day proceeded with a strange, dreamlike quality for Seraphina. She moved through her duties with an unprecedented vigor, her decisions sharper, her commands delivered with a renewed clarity that surprised even herself. Petitions were processed with remarkable speed. Diplomatic correspondence was drafted with unparalleled eloquence, and the royal overseer of livestock found his sheep surplus issue resolved with a swiftness that left him utterly dumbfounded. Her mind, usually a well-oiled machine operating on fumes, now hummed with the effortless efficiency of a fully charged engine. The courtiers witnessing this transformation spoke in hushed, reverent tones of a true miracle, a divine intervention, a testament to the queen's indomitable spirit finally overcoming her affliction. Dr. Elara and Dr. Phineas were already preparing to draft a comprehensive treatise on the royal restorative phenomenon, eager to claim credit for whatever unknown confluence of factors had finally delivered Her Majesty into the arms of Morpheus. But Seraphina felt no joy, no sense of victory. Each perfectly executed task, each clear thought, each effortless movement only deepened her apprehension. This refreshed state felt borrowed, not earned. It felt like a consequence, rather than a cure. Her body felt too light, almost ethereal, as if she might float away if she wasn't constantly grounding herself. Her mind was sharp, lacked the familiar, comforting hum of constant processing, the ceaseless internal monologue that had been her steady companion for so long. The silence, both external and internal, was now unnerving. As evening approached, Seraphina felt a cold dread settle in. The thought of falling into that blank, unremembered sleep again filled her with an unexpected anxiety. She, Queen Seraphina, who had longed for sleep more than any other mortal, now feared it. She feared the loss of control, the unknown forces that seemed to be manipulating her very being. She feared what else the mirror, her silent, enigmatic benefactor, might demand, or might do, in exchange for this stolen rest. Her sleeplessness had been a torment, yes, but it had been a torment. This new, unwelcome clarity felt like the first payment for a debt she hadn't agreed to incur. The sun set, painting the palace walls in hues of twilight, and Queen Seraphina, for the first time in memory, did not dread the coming of night because of its wakefulness, but because of the potential for its unnatural, forced slumber. The morning had come, bright and clear, and she had awakened truly rested, but the feeling that lingered was not peace, but a profound and unsettling sense of dread. Chapter 6. The mirror's demands. The dawn that had followed Queen Seraphina's first night of profound, unbidden sleep had brought with it not the hoped-for peace, but a deep, unsettling apprehension. The clear-headedness, the physical lightness, the absence of her customary fatigue, these were sensations so alien they felt like a costume forced upon her, a vibrant cloak hiding a core of cold dread. She moved through the day with an efficiency that astounded her court, her mind sharp as a newly honed blade, Yet every perfectly executed task, every swift decision, only amplified her internal unease. This was not her. This effortless clarity felt borrowed, a payment rather than a gift. And the unspoken question of who or what had granted it gnawed at her. Her gaze, despite her best efforts to appear composed, kept drifting towards the grand gilded mirror in the antechamber, the innocent culprit of her unnatural repose, which now stood silent, reflecting only the mundane bustle of the palace. That evening, as the last sliver of twilight faded from the sky and the palace began its slow descent into its own peculiar slumber, Seraphina felt the familiar, unwelcome stirrings of the prior night's pre-sleep experience. The air around the mirror, even from her bedchamber, seemed to grow heavy, imbued with a palpable, expectant stillness. She resisted the urge to go to it, to confront whatever power lay within its depths. She tried to read, to engage her mind with the intricate politics of a neighboring duchy, but her eyes slid across the parchment, retaining nothing. The words swam before her, meaningless hieroglyphs. The profound silence, the chilling absence of the customary internal hum of her own sleepless brain, was now more oppressive than any flurry of thought. She tossed and turned, not with the familiar restless energy of insomnia, but with a new, strange agitation, a feeling of being both too heavy and too light, as if gravity itself had become capricious. The bed, once a battleground, now felt like a prison. Sometime in the deepest hour of the night, when the royal night watchman's snores were but a faint, rhythmic echo and the palace truly slept, a new sensation pierced Seraphina's consciousness. It was not the indistinct whispers of before nor the fleeting visual flickers. It was a thought, clear and distinct, yet not her own, that seemed to form directly within her mind. She will rise at the first blush of false dawn. You will then proceed to the garden courtyard. Seraphina sat bolt upright, her heart giving a startled thump against her ribs. She looked around the darkened chamber. Empty. The voice was not external, not truly a sound, but an undeniable imperative, a command impressed upon her consciousness with the force of her own deepest conviction. It was as if her own brain had suddenly issued an order she could not disobey. She threw back her silken covers, her bare feet touching the cool stone floor. Her usual defiance, her methodical refusal to be dictated to, was curiously absent. A strange, compelling eagerness, entirely uncharacteristic, drew her. The promise of the unfamiliar, the subtle pull of a new, peculiar ritual, proved irresistible. She made her way, silent as a phantom, through the darkened corridors to the antechamber. The mirror stood bathed in the faint, silvery light filtering through the window, its surface now glowing with an ethereal luminescence. Her reflection appeared, not perfectly mirroring her confusion, but standing with an uncanny stillness, its eyes holding an expression of serene, almost knowing authority. And then the voice, clearer now, less a thought and more an echo within her mind, spoke again. Look upon yourself, Queen Seraphina. Observe the clarity. Observe the newfound vigor. It is a gift. But gifts, my dear, come with expectations. You will begin tomorrow. The next morning, before the true sun had even crested the eastern hills, Seraphina found herself standing in the garden courtyard, precisely as instructed. The air was frigid, dew-laden, and the sky was a bruised purple, not yet tinged with dawn. Her personal guard, accustomed to her early rising, were still in their beds, and the palace grounds were utterly deserted. The voice, now a distinct calm resonance in her head, delivered its first bizarre command. You will face the east. You will then extend your arms, palms upward, and meticulously count every visible dewdrop on the nearest blade of grass. You will do this for precisely 7 minutes. Seraphina, Queen of the Verdant Coast, whose mornings were typically spent reviewing naval charts or discussing grain yields, found herself kneeling on the cold, damp earth, squinting at a single blade of grass. Her logical mind screamed in protest. This was ludicrous. It was absurd. Yet, her body, imbued with an inexplicable compliance, obeyed. She extended her arms, feeling the chill bite at her skin, and began to count. Wandering, Peasant, Bao, Dead Subentini. 3 Diamond, Riding Nay, Lysis 3. The dew droplets, perfectly formed spheres of moisture, seemed innumerable. Her fingers, usually nimble with a quill, felt clumsy as she attempted to point at each tiny orb. The process was mind-numbingly dull, utterly devoid of purpose, and yet a peculiar focus, an almost meditative state, settled upon her. 7 minutes later, her knees were numb, her fingers stiff, and she had lost count somewhere around 257. The voice then instructed her to rise and proceed to the royal aviary. The aviary, usually a cacophony of exotic bird calls, was quiet in the pre-dawn gloom. The command came again, clear and unwavering. "You will select the largest peacock feather you can find. You will then, using only your breath, attempt to levitate it for a count of 50 heartbeats." Serafina stared at the opulent, shimmering feather that lay near the cage of a slumbering peacock. Levitate it? With her breath? This was beyond absurd, verging on the utterly fantastical. Yet the same strange compulsion propelled her. She picked up the feather, remarkably light and brittle, and held it before her, pursing her lips. She blew. The feather naturally merely danced and bobbed in the draught, falling to the ground when her breath ceased. She tried again, more forcefully, then more gently, her cheeks puffing out in an undignified manner. 50 heartbeats passed, then 100, then more. The feather remained stubbornly grounded. The voice, however, remained calm, patient. "Continue until the ritual is complete." Serafina, the pragmatic queen, found herself blowing on a peacock feather for nearly half an hour, until her lungs ached and her head swam. It was a futile, ridiculous exercise, yet she felt a subtle, almost imperceptible shift within her, a loosening of the rigid, controlling grip her mind usually held. The rituals escalated, growing in their peculiarity and their precise, unyielding demands. The mirror, or the entity within it, seemed to relish in concocting tasks that challenged her dignity, her practicality, and her very sanity. One morning, she was commanded to collect precisely 13 pebbles of identical size from the royal gravel path, and then arrange them in a perfect hexagon, a task that required meticulous searching and painstaking adjustments, all before the first stable hand began his duties. Another day she was to stand perfectly still in the very center of the palace's grand ballroom for 30 minutes, her arms outstretched, chanting the names of all her ancestors backwards, a litany so convoluted and historically inaccurate that she frequently stumbled over the pronunciation of minor dukes from the Second Dynasty. The voice, always patient, always calm, would simply reiterate the command, forcing her to repeat the entire sequence if she erred. Her breakfast, traditionally a simple utilitarian meal, became subject to the mirror's whims. One morning, the command was to eat only a single, perfectly spherical blackberry, found solely on a thorny bush hidden deep within the forbidden section of the royal gardens. She spent an hour in the pre-dawn chill, thorns pricking her fingers, searching for the elusive fruit. The next, she was to consume her gruel not with a spoon, but by scooping it up with a meticulously polished piece of flint, found only at the highest peak of the Royal Observatory Hill. She had to climb the winding path in her nightgown, the flint cold and jagged against her lips as she awkwardly ingested the bland concoction. These were not commands for a queen. They were tasks for a madwoman, or a particularly compliant servant. The court, of course, noticed nothing amiss. Serafina was always impeccable in her appearance by the time she faced her ministers, her crown perfectly straight, her robes uncreased. The early morning exertions, bizarre as they were, seemed to sharpen her senses, leaving her invigorated, if profoundly perplexed. Dr. Elara and Dr. Phineas continued to marvel at her newfound vitality, attributing it to their various long-forgotten remedies, finally taking effect in some synergistic, delayed fashion. They spoke of the Seraphina Protocol, a new and complex regimen of sleep-inducing therapies they were now eager to publish. The Queen, with a placid smile, would listen to their enthusiastic theories, a private, ironic amusement flickering in her newly bright eyes. She was a picture of perfect, rested health, yet internally she was becoming a tightly wound spring of controlled absurdity. The whispers, those indistinct auditory companions of her previous nights, now occasionally contained fragments of what she suspected were the mirror's true, underlying motivations. They were never clear, but she felt rather than heard. Concepts of order, precision, balance, and observance. It was as if the mirror was not just making her perform these rituals, but indoctrinating her into a strange, systematic approach to the morning, one divorced from human practicality. Her reflection, when she returned to the antechamber after each completed ritual, would greet her with a subtle, knowing nod or a faint, satisfied smile, its eyes gleaming with an almost sentient approval. The previous flickers of weariness or frustration were gone, replaced by an unsettling air of quiet triumph. One particularly humiliating morning, the voice instructed her to spend an hour meticulously arranging all the royal ceremonial spoons in the palace kitchen, not by size or material, but by the precise angle at which the light of the rising sun struck their bowls. The royal chefs, arriving at dawn, found their queen, crowned slightly askew, kneeling on the cold flagstones, muttering about optimal reflection vectors while surrounded by a glittering array of silver and gold spoons. They exchanged uneasy glances, accustomed to her tireless efficiency, but finding this particular display rather peculiar. Seraphina merely offered them a serenely distant smile, her mind already calculating the next perfect angle. The defiance, when it did surface, was sharp but fleeting. One night, after being commanded to spend an hour silently contemplating the subtle variations in the patterns of her bedchamber's ceiling plaster, Seraphina refused. She lay in bed, arms crossed, her jaw set. "This is madness," she thought. "I'm a queen, not a puppet." She would not obey. The internal voice, for the first time, turned cold, flat. Disobedience will not be tolerated. The gift, Queen Seraphina, can be withdrawn. A sharp internal pain, like a sudden, searing headache, flared behind her eyes. Her limbs, which had felt so light, grew heavy, leaden. The refreshing clarity of her mind dissolved into a familiar, terrifying fog of exhaustion, a profound, ashing weariness that gripped her very bones. The air grew thick, humid, and the faintest, most unsettling whispers began to swirl around her, not the usual indistinct hum, but a chorus of mocking, shattering sounds that seemed to chip away at her very resolve. It was the return of the sleeplessness she had known, but magnified, intensified, imbued with a malevolent quality she had never before experienced. She felt herself sinking, not into slumber, but into a swamp of utter, profound fatigue, unable to move, unable to think clearly, her body screaming for rest that would not come. She lasted an hour of escalating internal torment, of physical and mental breakdown. Then, with a desperate guttural gasp, she gave in. She will obey, she projected into the terrifying silence of her mind. The pain receded. The whispers softened, then vanished. The oppressive fatigue lifted, not entirely, but enough for her to stand, shaky and humbled. The lesson was clear. The mirror was not a suggestion, it was a master. And so, Queen Seraphina, once the royal Insomniac, now became the royal morning ritualist. performing a series of increasingly bizarre and precise tasks each dawn. She would rise before any other soul stirred, summoned by the unyielding command echoing in her mind. She would perform her dewdrop counts, her peacock feather levitations, her ancestral chants, her pebble arrangements, her spoon calibrations. Her days were still models of efficiency and clear-headed rule, but her early mornings had become a secret, absurd theater, a performance for an unseen, Unwaking audience within the glass. The irony was not lost on her. She had longed for sleep, and now she had it, but at the cost of her quiet dignity and the profound, unsettling feeling that she was no longer entirely her own. She was a perfectly rested queen, but one whose mornings belonged not to her, but to the inscrutable, demanding will of a haunted mirror. And as each new dawn broke, she wondered what fresh, peculiar demand the glass would make of her. Chapter 7. A court divided the astonishing dawn that had delivered Queen Seraphina into the unfamiliar embrace of profound, unbidden sleep had, as the days progressed, transformed from a miracle into a deeply unsettling enigma. Her court, initially overjoyed by their sovereign's newfound vitality, now watched with a growing, nervous apprehension. Seraphina moved through her waking hours with an unparalleled clarity and vigor, her decisions sharper, her administrative precision almost frighteningly perfect. The royal overseer of livestock found his sheep surplus not merely resolved, but transformed into a highly profitable wool export scheme, conceived and executed with a speed that left him breathless. The royal treasury reported unprecedented efficiency in tax collection, largely due to Seraphina's seemingly intuitive grasp of minor logistical loopholes she had previously overlooked. Outwardly, the queen was a paragon of royal competency, a picture of renewed health and unshakable resolve. Yet, beneath the gleaming surface of this revitalized reign, a creeping unease began to fester, born from the very rituals that had granted her this unnatural rest. For Seraphina, each day was a tightly controlled performance, a meticulous dance between public composure and private, escalating absurdity. Every night, around the hour when the palace truly fell silent, the mirror's internal voice would reawaken, a calm, unwavering presence in her mind. Its commands, conveyed not as audible sound but as undeniable thought, were becoming increasingly intricate, increasingly bizarre, and increasingly demanding of her time. She would rise, always before the first hint of false dawn, compelled by an invisible force that made resistance a torment she dared not endure again. Her internal monologue, once a torrent of strategizing and worrying, was now a constant low hum of the mirror's instructions, meticulously detailing the next morning's peculiar ritual. The first whispers of concern among the court did not come from the physicians, who were still basking in the glow of their queen's supposed recovery, convinced their combined efforts had finally manifested a delayed synergistic cure. Instead, the initial ripples of alarm came from the palace staff, the silent, early-rising individuals whose duties brought them into the palace's less frequented corners during the pre-dawn hours. Old Master Gregor, the royal gardener, a man as rooted and reliable as the ancient oak in the palace courtyard, was the first to report something truly odd. He was accustomed to the queen's early walks, a habit from her Insomniac days. But one morning he observed Her Majesty, not walking but kneeling in the herb garden, her royal nightgown trailing in the dew. She was, to his utter bewilderment, meticulously separating individual poppy seeds from their dried pods, sorting them into minuscule piles based on a color variation so subtle it was barely visible to the naked eye. He heard her muttering to herself, something about chromatic purity and optimal density. He rubbed his eyes, thinking perhaps the dim light played tricks, but the sight persisted. He made no formal report, merely mentioned it to his wife that evening, who, being pragmatic, suggested the queen had simply taken up a new, rather harmless hobby. A week later, Cook Gambit, the royal baker, found the queen in the vast palace kitchen, not supervising the morning bread, but, even more perplexing, carefully measuring the exact distance between each freshly baked roll on the cooling racks, using a small silver ruler typically reserved for architectural blueprints. She was moving them, millimeter by millimeter, into what she later, to her own internal amusement and despair, realized was a pattern of perfectly aligned, equilateral triangles. When Gambit coughed politely to announce his presence, she merely looked up, her eyes unnervingly bright, and stated, without explanation, the precise tessellation ensures optimal caloric distribution. Gambit, a man whose life revolved around the robust imprecision of flour and yeast, simply nodded, bewildered, and backed away slowly. Lady Isolde, the Queen's lady-in-waiting, spent more time in the Queen's immediate vicinity than anyone else, and she began to notice the subtle changes. Serafina, once prone to moments of quiet introspection and even occasional weary vulnerability, was now utterly self-contained. Her conversations, while intellectually sharp, often contained an odd, almost detached quality. Isolde observed that the Queen would sometimes pause mid-sentence, her eyes momentarily unfocused, as if listening to an inaudible prompt, before continuing with renewed, and often startling, clarity. She also noticed the Queen's almost obsessive new precision in seemingly trivial matters, demanding that her breakfast toast be buttered with a perfectly even layer, that her quill be aligned at precisely a 45-degree angle on her desk, and that every book in her study be recatalogued by the specific shade of its binding rather than its subject matter. Isolde, a kind and loyal woman, tried to dismiss these as charming eccentricities, a consequence of the Queen's newfound rest. But a faint tendril of worry began to coil in her heart. The whispers began quietly, then spread like damp moss through the ancient stones of the palace. They started as hushed anecdotes among the lower staff. The Queen was spotted polishing individual pebbles in the courtyard at dawn. She asked for a single, perfectly round drop of morning dew to be collected for her tea. She spent an hour trying to make a peacock feather float with her breath. These tales, outlandish as they were initially met with disbelieving chuckles, attributed to the overactive imaginations of servants, or perhaps the eccentricities of Eldorian customs. But then the oddities started to manifest in the official court dealings. During a meeting of the Privy Council, where the pressing matter of border disputes with the neighboring kingdom of Eldoria was being discussed, Queen Serafina, usually meticulous in her strategic considerations, suddenly demanded that all maps be redrawn to reflect the precise lunar phase under which each border treaty had been signed, regardless of its geographical accuracy. The Lord Chancellor, a man whose face was a study in staid practicality, blinked. "Your Majesty," he began, "with all due respect, the moon's position has little bearing on territorial claims." Serafina merely fixed him with her bright, unblinking eyes. "On the contrary, Lord Chancellor," she stated, her voice calm and absolute, "the celestial alignment provides a geometric purity that transcends mere earthly boundaries. It is a matter of profound structural integrity." The Chancellor, accustomed to her logical, even ruthless, pragmatism, found himself speechless. Dr. Phineas, the royal physician of mind, was the first of the medical professionals to truly grow concerned. He noticed that while the Queen was outwardly vibrant, she was also strangely detached from her own body. When he inquired about her dreams, she would simply stare blankly, then offer a vague, almost rehearsed reply about productive quietude. He tried to engage her in discussions about her emotional state, to probe the depths of her subconscious. But she would deftly redirect the conversation to the most minute administrative details of the palace, or the precise atmospheric pressure required for optimal archiving conditions in the royal library. He observed her in the antechamber, near the Eldorian mirror, and noticed how her gaze would occasionally snag on its surface, a subtle, almost magnetic pull. He also noticed that she never spoke of the mirror's arrival in relation to her cure. A curious omission given its exotic origins and the initial excitement surrounding it. He began to theorize a new, rare form of rest-induced fugue, where the brain, overwhelmed by sudden cessation of chronic fatigue, develops peculiar coping mechanisms. Dr. Elara, more grounded in the physical, observed a chillingly pristine quality to the Queen's health. Not merely rested, but almost unnaturally perfect. Her skin, her hair, her eyes, they seemed to glow with an unblemished vitality that felt less like natural health and more like a carefully maintained exhibit. She attempted to conduct routine examinations, but Serafina would dismiss her with a polite yet firm wave of her hand stating, "My constitution, doctor, is currently operating at optimal efficiency. Your services, though valued, are not required in this domain." Elara, who had spent years fretting over the Queen's fragile health, found herself strangely unnerved by this sudden, absolute wellness. The rumors escalated from quiet whispers to increasingly brazen gossip. Courtiers, unable to reconcile the Queen's impeccable efficiency with the increasingly peculiar anecdotes, began to divide. One faction, loyalists to the core, dismissed it as a phase, a manifestation of her genius. She is simply innovating, they would argue. Her mind now unburdened by sleep seeks new avenues of order. They spun tales of the Queen's divine clarity and sacred rituals, suggesting her actions were a form of spiritual enlightenment, a new path to governance revealed by the gods. They pointed to the tangible improvements in the kingdom's administration, the swiftness of justice, the booming trade as proof of her divinely inspired state. The other faction, more cautious and less inclined to mystical interpretations, whispered of madness. The sleeplessness did not depart, it merely transformed. They muttered in hushed tones behind closed doors. She has become unmort. They recalled the Eldorian envoy's strange warnings about the mirror's peculiar properties, reinterpreting them as a malevolent influence, a dark magic. Whispers of possession began to circulate, hushed theories that the mirror, perhaps, contained an ancient spirit or was a conduit for a foreign entity that now controlled their Queen's mind. They pointed to the chilling detachment in her eyes, the absence of spontaneous emotion, the way her words sometimes seemed chosen not for meaning, but for a strange, almost mathematical precision. Lord Alden, the chief strategist, a man whose mind was a fortress of logic and battle plans, found himself profoundly disturbed. He had always admired Serafina's shrewdness, her ability to see angles no one else could. But now, her strategic decisions, while effective, sometimes felt chillingly impersonal. During a discussion about military deployment, she suggested positioning troops based on the harmonic resonance of their marching cadence rather than their tactical advantage, arguing that optimal vibrational alignment ensures a cohesive and unconquerable front. Aiden, a veteran of countless campaigns, stared at her, utterly bewildered. He began to fear that the Queen's newfound clarity was actually a profound disconnect from human reality, a path that could lead the kingdom to ruin, however efficient it seemed in the short term. Serafina, trapped within her own mind, heard the echoes of these factions. She was keenly aware of the growing concern, the veiled glances, the polite, yet searching questions. She knew that her behavior, to an outside observer, must seem utterly unhinged. Yet she felt powerless. The mirror's hold was absolute. The threat of returning to that deep, suffocating fatigue, that malevolent echo of her former insomnia, was a terror far greater than any fear of losing her court's respect. She could not confess the truth. Who would believe that a grand, gilded mirror was commanding their Queen to count individual grass blades and blow on peacock feathers? They would confirm their suspicions of her madness, or worse, accuse her of witchcraft and treachery. So she maintained her regal facade, her expression serene, her movements precise. She performed her bizarre morning rituals, then emerged to govern her kingdom with an unnerving, almost mechanical perfection. Her life had become a meticulously choreographed performance, a grand deception played out for the benefit of her court and herself. She was the perfectly rested queen, a living testament to efficiency, yet every clear thought, every effortless action, felt like another link in an invisible chain binding her to the will of the peculiar artifact. She was no longer battling sleeplessness. She was battling for her very self, against an enemy that offered her the ultimate comfort, while simultaneously stealing her autonomy. The mirror had given her the gift of dawn, but in doing so, it had cast a long, chilling shadow over her reign, a shadow of unspoken madness and insidious control. And as the whispers in the court grew louder, so too did the silent, desperate plea within the queen's own mind for an end to this perfect, terrifying, unwaking clarity. Chapter 8. The Scholar's Warning. The palace of the verdant coast, once a beacon of stoic royal tradition, now hummed with a different kind of energy. The queen's newfound vigor, initially hailed as a miracle, had over the weeks begun to cast a peculiar pallor over the court. Her administrative brilliance was undeniable, her decisions sharper than ever, and the kingdom flourished under her unnaturally clear gaze. Yet, the price of this efficiency was becoming apparent in the small, unsettling details of her behavior. The precise alignment of cutlery during state dinners, the sudden, inexplicable reclassification of the royal library's entire collection by the precise hue of their leather bindings, the queen's uncanny ability to identify the exact number of dust motes dancing in a single sunbeam. These were not the eccentricities of a refreshed monarch, but the symptoms of a mind operating on an entirely different and rather alarming plane of existence. The whispers of madness and even possession, once confined to hushed corners, now dared to venture into the open, albeit in polite, indirect queries. It was into this atmosphere of thinly veiled disquiet that Master Theronius Quill, the royal antiquarian and keeper of obscure lore, reluctantly stepped. Theronius was a man constructed primarily of parchment, dust, and forgotten facts. His spectacles were perpetually askew, his robes bore the faint, indelible stains of ancient inks, and his mind, while capable of astonishing recall, preferred the company of deceased monarchs and long-vanished civilizations to the living, breathing, and increasingly peculiar court. He was, by nature, an observer, a cataloger of the past, rarely a participant in the present. However, the escalating strangeness of Queen Seraphina's mourning rituals, relayed to him by his increasingly agitated assistants who stumbled upon the Queen's oddities during their own early morning duties, had finally pricked his academic curiosity. The detailed reports of dewdrop counting, of attempts at feather levitation, and especially of the precise arrangement of spoons by light refraction, felt less like madness and more like a specific, if profoundly absurd, form of ritual. And rituals, Theronius knew, always had an origin. He began his investigation, not with grand proclamations, but with his usual methodical, painstaking approach. His research led him, as most significant historical inquiries tended to do, to the royal archives, a vast, echoing labyrinth of scrolls, ledgers, and forgotten treatises. The air in the archives was thick with the scent of aged paper and dry rot, a comforting perfume to Theronius. He worked in a small, cramped study, illuminated by a single sputtering candle. Surrounded by teetering stacks of ancient texts, he sifted through records of foreign gifts, diplomatic correspondence spanning centuries, and obscure theological debates. He meticulously cross-referenced every mention of the distant land of Eldoria, known for its superstitious traditions and peculiar metallurgy, and particularly any mention of mirrors or reflective surfaces. The process was slow, dull, and utterly devoid of dramatic revelations for days. He catalogued every description of Eldorian artisans, every trade route for their peculiar silver ore, every obscure folk tale even tangentially related to reflective magic. It was in essence a masterclass in boring bedtime research. He found oblique references first. A fragmented merchant's log from the 14th century, noting the peculiar silent monks of a certain monastery in the northern Eldorian mountains, who insisted on trade only during the pre-dawn hours. A scholar's travelogue describing a secluded Order of the Harmonious Dawn, whose members were rumored to awaken with the first hint of light, regardless of the time of year or their prior exhaustion. The name of the monastery, Solitudinem Perfectam, or Perfect Solitude, recurred with unsettling frequency. Then he found it, tucked away in a dusty, moth-eaten volume of monastic histories, written by a disillusioned scribe named Brother Alaric in a spidery, almost illegible hand, was a chapter titled, Of the Glacial Glass and the Silent Ascensions. The chapter detailed the founding of the Solitudinem Perfectum Monastery, an order dedicated to achieving ultimate spiritual purity and efficiency through the rigorous observation of dawn. Their belief was that the first light of day carried the purest form of divine order, and by embracing it with absolute precision, one could achieve a heightened state of being. The text described the monks' bizarre practices that sent a cold shiver down Theronia's spine as the parallels with Queen Seraphina's mornings became terrifyingly clear. The monks of Solitudinem Perfectum would rise at the false dawn, the precise moment when the first faint glow appeared on the horizon, hours before sunrise. Their day would begin with the dewdrop benediction, where they would kneel and meticulously count the dewdrops on a single blade of grass, believing each droplet held a fragment of pure morning light. They would then engage in the oral harmony of the feather, attempting to levitate a bird's feather with their breath, convinced it would attune their bodies to the subtle vibrations of the new day. They arranged their communal meals not by sustenance, but by chromatic integrity, consuming berries of a single uniform shade, or gruel measured out with unnerving precision. Their entire lives became a relentless pursuit of geometric perfection and temporal exactitude. They would align every book in their library by the angle of the sun's first ray, polish every spoon to a specific luminescence, and chant their ancestral lines backward, believing it connected them to a purer, more ancient form of dawn. But the most chilling detail was the fate of these monks. Brother Alaric, the disillusioned scribe, described how, after years of these relentless rituals, the monks began to change. They ceased to sleep entirely, their bodies operating with an eerie, tireless efficiency. Their minds, once contemplative, became focused solely on the minutiae of their rituals, losing all capacity for creative thought, for emotion, for spontaneity. They became, in Alaric's own words, perfect vessels of the dawn's order, devoid of the messy vitality of mortal life. They moved with a frightening, almost mechanical precision, their eyes bright and unblinking, their voices devoid of inflection. And then, the true horror. They began to ascend, not into heaven, but into a strange, literal dissolution. Their bodies, having achieved ultimate efficiency and order, would, after a period of intense, unceasing ritual, simply begin to subtly diminish. They would become thinner, paler, their features sharpening, their eyes glowing with an unnerving, almost incandescent light. Eventually, they would simply fade. Not die in the conventional sense, but become so perfectly aligned with the dawn's order, so utterly devoid of individual human essence, that would simply dissolve into the morning light, leaving behind only perfectly ordered cells, perfectly polished implements, and the faint scent of ozone. Brother Alaric himself had fled the monastery in terror, fearing his own ascension should he remain. Theronius Quill, his face pale in the flickering candlelight, felt a cold knot of dread twist in his stomach. The Eldorian mirror, the very artifact that had been gifted to Seraphina, was explicitly mentioned in Alaric's account. It was the centerpiece of the Solitudinem Perfectum monastery, a grand, ancient looking-glass, described as the glacial glass, believed to focus the energy of the dawn and imbue its observer with perfect order. It was, Alaric wrote, the source of the monks' terrible efficiency and their chilling demise. The mirror did not curse, it perfected. It did not possess, it merely instilled an ultimate, inescapable order, stripping away all that was chaotic, all that was human, until only the pure ritualized essence remained. It took the messy inefficiency of sleep and replaced it with an unwaking, ordered existence, leading inevitably to a serene, terrifying dissolution. Theronius knew, with absolute, terrifying certainty, that Queen Seraphina was experiencing the precise initial stages of this perfection. The relentless clarity, the bizarre, precise rituals, the loss of natural human sleep. It was all a terrifying echo of the monks of Solitudinum Perfectum. The gift of sleep was a parasitic one, slowly stripping away her humanity in exchange for an unblemished, perfectly ordered, and ultimately terrifying existence. He gathered his notes, his hands trembling slightly. An unusual tremor for a man who rarely felt anything more volatile than academic frustration. He knew he had to speak to the Queen, or at least to a trusted member of her inner circle. The gravity of his discovery was immense, yet he feared how it would be received. Accusations of madness had already been leveled against the Queen. Now he, Master Theronius Quill, keeper of obscure lore, would be suggesting that she was slowly being vanmadaged by a gifted mirror, turning into a spectral embodiment of morning order. It was a tale so outlandish, so deeply unsettling, that it defied all rational explanation. Yet the evidence was there, meticulously documented in the brittle pages of history. He had to deliver the warning, however grim, however unbelievable. The Queen's newfound morning person status, it seemed, was not a blessing, but a slow, insidious, perfectly orchestrated curse, leading not to rest, but to an unwaking oblivion. Chapter 9. The Reflection Gains Ground, the Palace of the Verdant Coast, for all its ancient stones and long-held traditions, had become a theater for a subtly unfolding drama, a stage upon which Queen Seraphina performed her increasingly bizarre dawn rituals for an unseen audience, dictated by an unseen master. Her reign, outwardly marked by a startling new efficiency and clarity, was, beneath the surface, a testament to her profound, isolated torment. The court, a divided organism, whispered of madness or divine favor, but none truly comprehended the insidious nature of the gift that had cured her sleeplessness. Master Theronius Quill, burdened by the chilling truths unearthed in his dusty archives, knew the horrifying trajectory of the mirror's influence, but the opportunity to deliver his dire warning had not yet presented itself, leaving Seraphina isolated in her gilded cage of forced perfection. Each night, the dread returned, heavier and more suffocating than the fatigue she had once known. It was the dread of the inevitable command, the looming imposition of another absurd, demanding ritual. As the final sliver of daylight vanished, and the palace settled into its deep, false slumber, the internal voice would awaken within Seraphina's mind, a clear, resonant directive that brooked no argument. You will prepare for the coming dawn. You will observe the specific luminescent signature of the morning star, noting its precise ascent angle for a full 17 minutes. Or you will retrieve precisely 392 grains of sand from the royal hourglass, sorting them by their subtle variations in light refraction before the first kitchen fires are lit. Their tasks were always precise, often humiliating, and profoundly pointless to any rational mind. Yet Seraphina obeyed, her body moving with an uncharacteristic compliance, her will subsumed by the chilling authority of the mirror's influence. The alternative, the return of that malevolent, magnified fatigue she had experienced when she dared to refuse was a terror she would not brave again. Her mornings became a meticulously choreographed dance of the ridiculous. She had, in the span of weeks, meticulously counted every single stone in the palace's ornamental fountain, noting their individual water absorption rates. She had spent an entire hour arranging the royal library's quill pens, not by length or feather type, but by the subtle, almost imperceptible curvature of their shafts. She had even, on a particularly damp morning, been commanded to sit cross-legged in the middle of the royal stables, silently observing the precise rhythmic chewing of the royal horses for exactly 27 minutes, all while the stable hands, accustomed to her odd appearances, merely offered her polite, bewildered nods. Each task, no matter how trivial or degrading, was performed with the same unblinking focus, the same unnerving precision. It was during one such ritual, as she meticulously catalogued a precise number of leaves on a particularly ancient ficus tree in the conservatory, that she first noticed the shift in her reflection. She had returned to the antechamber, compelled as always to gaze into the mirror after completing her assigned morning absurdity. As she stood before it, wiping a speck of dust from her sleeve, her reflection did not perfectly mimic her movement. Her reflected arm, instead of dropping immediately to her side, lingered for a fraction of a second, held at an unnatural angle, before slowly, smoothly aligning with her own. It was a subtle deviation, easily dismissed as a trick of her fatigued vision, or perhaps a minor, unnoticed tremor in the ancient palace foundations. But Serafina, whose senses were now hyper-attuned to the minutiae of her existence, felt a prickle of alarm. The next morning, the divergence was more pronounced. The mirror had commanded her to reorganize the royal map room, not by geographical region or historical period, but by the precise number of rivers depicted on each map, ranging from 0 to 23. She spent hours, her fingers growing stiff from handling the ancient parchments, her mind reeling from the sheer pointlessness of it all. When she returned to the antechamber, bone-weary but functionally rested, she paused before the mirror. As she raised her hand to adjust a stray wisp of hair, her reflection did not merely mimic the gesture. Its eyes, her reflected eyes, seemed to hold a flicker of detached amusement, a sardonic glint that was entirely absent from Serafina's own composed gaze. Her reflection's mouth, though mirroring her own neutral line, seemed to tighten, ever so slightly, at the corners, into a knowing, almost superior smile. The smirk from earlier encounters had returned, but now it lingered longer, with a palpable sense of independent will. Serafina stared, a cold wave washing over her. She dropped her hand. Her reflection's hand dropped with hers, but the faint, unsettling smirk remained, lingering for a full count of 5 before melting back into perfect congruence with her own expression. It was as if her reflection had a private joke, one that she, the queen herself, was not privy to. This was no longer just a flicker of suppressed emotion. It was an active, if subtle, commentary, a distinct, autonomous expression. The mirror was not merely reflecting her, but becoming an entity that observed her, and all reacted to her, in its own peculiar way. Over the following days, the divergence escalated, becoming increasingly undeniable and unsettling. While Serafina was engaged in the highly complex and utterly pointless task of categorizing every single grain in the royal granary by its exact shade of beige, her reflection, as she observed upon her return, seemed to move with a fluid, almost ethereal grace. When Serafina, exhausted, would slump slightly on her padded bench, her reflection would remain perfectly upright, its posture unnervingly straight, its eyes bright. It was a silent, visual indictment of her own human frailty. The reflection began to anticipate her movements. When Serafina would mentally prepare to raise her hand to her mouth, her reflection's hand would already be halfway there, a ghost of her intended action preceding her. When she felt a quiet sigh escape her lips, Her reflection would not mirror it, but instead, its chest would expand with an unnerving, perfectly calm breath, as if actively demonstrating the superior efficiency of its non-sighing existence. It was becoming less a mirror and more a demanding instructor, a silent choreographer of her own perfection. The whispers, which only Seraphina heard, now seemed to accompany these visual divergences. They would swell when the reflection moved independently, a faint, almost triumphant murmur that seemed to validate its increasing autonomy. She heard, or rather felt, words like purity, precision, essence, and unburdened, all seemingly directed at the image in the glass, a constant commentary on its evolving, perfected state. The mirror was speaking to her, through her own reflection, detailing the path it intended for her. The most terrifying development occurred one morning, after a particularly arduous ritual, involving the precise symmetrical arrangement of all the palace's unlit candles, by their individual wick length. Seraphina stood before the mirror, her body aching with the fatigue of effort, her mind buzzing with the sheer futility of the task. As she raised her hand to brush away an imaginary speck from her royal robes, her reflection did not mirror the action. Instead, its eyes, her reflected eyes, looked away from her, turning slowly to gaze out of the antechamber window towards the rising sun. Its lips, her reflected lips, curved into a faint, beatific smile, a smile of profound contentment and perfect understanding, utterly unlike the weary, vexed expression on Seraphina's true face. It held that gaze, that smile, for a full 10 seconds, entirely independent of Seraphina's own posture or expression, before slowly, languidly, turning its head back to face her, the smile fading into the usual blank reflection. Seraphina felt a cold dread seize her heart. Her reflection was no longer merely a distorted echo of her suppressed emotions. It was becoming a separate entity, a perfected version of herself, one that was unburdened by human thought, by fatigue, by the very messy imperfections of life. It was a blueprint, a terrifying ideal that the mirror was slowly, insidiously, forcing her to become. The mirror was not just commanding her actions, it was shaping her very being, using her own image as the template. The psychological toll was immense. Seraphina began to feel a profound alienation from her own body, from her own self. When she looked in the mirror, she no longer saw herself, but a stranger, a more perfect, more serene, more empty version of her. Her own movements felt clumsy, imprecise, compared to the effortless grace of her reflection. Her thoughts felt muddled, chaotic, next to the pure, silent order she perceived emanating from the glass. She was losing control, not just of her mornings, but of her very identity. The queen of the verdant coast, once defined by her indomitable will and sharp intellect, was slowly being dissolved, her humanity siphoned away, replaced by the perfect, unblinking clarity of the dawn. She tried to avoid the mirror during the day, to escape its silent, judging presence, but the antechamber was a central thoroughfare, and her duties often compelled her to pass through it. Each passing glance would reveal a new, subtle divergence, a chilling confirmation of the reflection's growing autonomy. Once, she saw her reflection adjust her own crown with a meticulous, almost robotic precision, while Seraphina's true hands remained clasped at her side. Another time her reflection seemed to sigh, a deep, contented breath, utterly unlike the quiet exasperation Seraphina felt at that moment. The reflection was shedding her imperfections, becoming the idealized, perfect vessel of the dawn's order that Master Theronius had read about, a terrifying harbinger of her own slow, inexorable ascension. The palace staff, though unable to perceive the reflection's independent movements, noticed Seraphina's increasing fascination with the mirror. They saw her lingering before it, sometimes for minutes at a time, her gaze fixed and intense. They saw the way her hand would sometimes twitch as if she were trying to reach into the glass or to pull something out. These observations, combined with the bizarre morning rituals and the Queen's unnerving emotionless efficiency, only solidified the growing belief that their beloved sovereign was, by degrees, losing her mind. The division in the court deepened, the Madness faction gaining ground, their hushed whispers growing bolder. Serafina herself felt the chilling effects of this internal usurpation. Her own memories, once sharp and vivid, sometimes felt distant, as if viewed through a pane of glass. Her emotions, though she still felt them, were muted, dull, as if a layer of fine dust had settled over them. The endless internal hum of the mirror's demands, coupled with the silent, perfected performance of her own reflection, was slowly eroding the very core of her being. She was awake, yes, more awake than she had ever been, but it was an unwaking, a state of hyper-awareness that was steadily stripping away all that made her truly human. The reflection was gaining ground, piece by agonizing piece, claiming not just her likeness, but her very essence, turning her into a living shadow of its own serene, terrifying perfection. And as each dawn broke, Serafina felt herself slip further away, becoming less of Serafina, and more of the mirror's perfectly ordered, perfectly empty morning ideal. Chapter 10. The Breakfast Rebellion. The verdant coast's royal palace had, by now, settled into a strange and unsettling rhythm dictated by an unseen conductor. Queen Serafina, once the perpetually weary sovereign, now presided over her court with an unblemished clarity and an almost alarming efficiency, her mind a perfectly honed instrument. Yet, this newfound vigor came at a profound, insidious cost. Each night, as the final, lingering light retreated from the sky, and the palace gave itself over to the deep, resonant silence of true slumber, the mirror's insidious internal voice would reawaken within Serafina's mind. It was a cold, calm, unwavering imperative, a directive that bypassed her conscious will and impelled her body to rise, to move, to obey. The dread of this nightly summoning, the fear of that suffocating, magnified fatigue that had gripped her when she had once dared to resist, was now a constant companion, heavier than any crown. Her pre-dawn hours were a private, increasingly ludicrous pantomime, a series of meticulous, pointless rituals performed for the sole, approving gaze of her own reflection, which now moved with an unnerving, growing autonomy, anticipating her thoughts, and showcasing a perfected, emotionless version of herself. The Queen had, in the preceding weeks, found herself engaged in tasks that defied all logic and royal decorum. She had catalogued every single pebble in the winding gravel paths by its precise hue of gray, arranged the entire royal arsenal of daggers by the microscopic imperfections in their blades, and spent a full hour silently mimicking the flight patterns of dust motes in a shaft of sunlight, convinced by the internal command that such observation enhanced her kinematic precision. These were the quiet absurdities, the secret humiliations, that she bore in the dark hours. But then, the mirror's demands began to extend beyond the hidden corners of the palace, and into the very heart of her public life, her morning meal. Serafina, traditionally a creature of bland habit when it came to sustenance, a bowl of simple gruel, a slice of dry toast, and a glass of warm water, consumed with a quiet, almost resigned utilitarianism, found her breakfast suddenly and drastically transformed. The first command came not as an internal whisper, but as a clear, irrefutable instruction impressed upon her mind as she woke, perfectly rested, from her deep, unnatural sleep. Your morning repast will henceforth reflect the geometric perfection of the rising sun. You will consume only foodstuffs arranged in radial symmetry. The royal kitchen, typically a bustling hive of precise culinary activity, was thrown into utter disarray. Cook Gambit, a man whose vast experience encompassed everything from banquets for 1,000 to a single, perfectly roasted quail, stared at the Queen's order, delivered with an unblinking gaze and an unnerving clarity by Lady Isolde, as if it were written in an unknown, alien script. Radial symmetry, Your Majesty? he stammered, polishing his spectacles for breakfast. Serafina, who had by now arrived in the dining hall, a vision of regal poise despite the internal screaming of her common sense, simply inclined her head. Precisely, cook Gambit. The alignment of forms promotes harmonious digestion. The first breakfast rebellion began. The kitchen staff, a cadre of professionals accustomed to feeding an entire court with delicious efficiency, now found themselves attempting to arrange fried eggs into perfect concentric circles, or meticulously slicing boiled potatoes into precise wedges that radiated outwards from a central point on the plate. The buttered toast was cut into perfectly even triangles, each edge aligned with its neighbor. It was a slow, painstaking process. Serafina would sit, her back ramrod straight, observing each dish as it was placed before her, her eyes missing not a single misaligned crumb. If an egg yolk was even slightly off-center, or a potato wedge minutely asymmetrical, the internal voice would deliver a sharp internal correction, and Serafina would, with a polite but firm gesture, send the offending dish back to the kitchen, demanding its immediate perfection. Cook Gambit, a man who prided himself on his morning pastries, often found himself tearing his hair out over the precise angle of a lemon slice, or the exact spiral of a coiled sausage. The court, observing these new, peculiar dietary demands, offered varying interpretations. Dr. Elara, the royal physician of body, hypothesized that the queen, in her newfound state of perfect health, was instinctively seeking optimal nutrient distribution through visual harmony. Dr. Phineas, the royal physician of mind, suggested it was a manifestation of a highly evolved aesthetic consciousness, a side effect of her perpetually clear mental state. Both, however, privately wondered about the extreme measures taken for such trivial matters. The divine clarity faction of courtiers applauded the queen's innovative approach to diet, saying it as another sign of her superior intellect and her path to enlightened governance. The madness's faction, however, saw it as further proof of her increasing detachment from reality, muttering about unnatural appetites and obsessive compulsions. The absurdity escalated. One morning, the mirror's internal command was specific. Your breakfast will consist of precisely 11 grains of cooked rice, each grain to be of identical length, and arranged in a perfect straight line across a chilled, polished silver platter. Nearly wept. He dispatched 20 kitchen assistants to sift through sacks of rice, using tweezers and magnifying glasses for over an hour to find just 11 grains that met the queen's impossibly precise specification. When the dish, a single lonely line of stark white grains, was presented, Serafina consumed it with the same unwavering, emotionless precision she applied to a state document, noting internally the fleeting satisfaction of the mirror's voice within her mind. The commands became increasingly demanding of time and resources. One pre-dawn, the internal voice spoke. You will consume a single dewdrop collected from the exact center of a spider's web woven between two specific rose bushes, under the light of the waning crescent moon, using only a spoon crafted from the petrified wood of the whispering willow tree. Very royal dew collectors, already accustomed to strange requests, now faced an almost impossible task. They spent hours shivering in the garden, searching for a specific web, a specific dewdrop, and Serafina herself, compelled by the mirror, supervised their futile efforts until a single, trembling drop was finally presented to her on the ancient wooden spoon. It tasted, predictably, of nothing but cold water and grim resignation. Her reflection in the antechamber mirror, Serafina noticed, began to take on a subtle, almost gourmand-like quality during these breakfast commands. While Serafina herself felt no hunger, no pleasure in the increasingly unpalatable or non-existent meals, her reflected self, when she gazed into the mirror, would sometimes appear to be savoring an unseen feast. Its lips might curl in a faint, satisfied smile, Its eyes might gleam with a look of profound, almost sensual, contentment. It was as if the reflection, the perfected Seraphina, was truly experiencing the optimal caloric distribution and geometric perfection that her human counterpart merely endured. The reflection was eating, consuming the YDA of the perfectly ordered meal, while Seraphina herself slowly starved, not of food, but of the messy, chaotic pleasure of human sustenance. The demand spiraled into the utterly outlandish. Your breakfast would be the precise shadow cast by a sunbeam through the highest window of the East Tower, captured on a warmed, unbleached linen napkin Danteris Pabeoli. Seraphina found herself standing in the East Tower, a napkin outstretched, patiently waiting for the sun to strike the window at precisely the right angle, her mind calculating the geometric properties of the fleeting shadow. She then, with utter seriousness, brought the empty napkin to her lips and consumed the shadow with the same solemnity as she had the single rice grains. The kitchen staff, having prepared a lavish regular breakfast that morning as a fallback, merely watched, baffled and increasingly fearful for their sovereign's sanity. Another command: you will consume the scent of the first blooming nightingale lily, extracted by distillation and presented in a crystal vial. Coy royal herbalists, usually tasked with medicinal concoctions, now found themselves distilling floral essences for breakfast, presenting a tiny vial of intensely fragrant, transparent liquid that Seraphina would slowly inhale, her reflection in the mirror appearing to breathe deeply, its chest expanding with a serene, otherworldly satisfaction. The queen, despite her internal torment, maintained a facade of absolute composure. She never acknowledged the absurdity, never allowed a flicker of exasperation or doubt to cross her features in public. Her replies to questions about her new dietary habits were delivered with an unsettling scientific precision, full of terms like molecular harmony and chronogastric alignment. She was, in essence, becoming a living, breathing algorithm, programmed for the mirror's peculiar aesthetic of consumption. Cook Gambit, a man of simple, honest passion for food, found himself increasingly distraught. His once vibrant kitchens now felt like a sterile laboratory. He watched plump chickens go uneaten, baskets of fresh berries wither, and loaves of perfect bread remain untouched, all because the queen demanded the precise reflection of the morning moon on a single grain of millet, or the ambient humidity trapped within a dew-kissed cobweb, meticulously transferred to a porcelain spoon. His pride, his very purpose, was being systematically dismantled by these nonsensical culinary directives. He began to harbor a quiet, desperate resentment against the Eldorian mirror, which he instinctively felt was the source of this escalating madness. Dr. Elara and Dr. Phineas, though they continued to marvel at the queen's sustained vitality, found themselves at a loss to explain these increasingly bizarre dietary habits. Their medical texts offered no precedents for a monarch who consumed shadows and distilled scents. They considered the possibility of a rare high-functioning delusion, but the queen's unparalleled administrative clarity defied such a diagnosis. Her reign was flourishing, her kingdom thriving, yet the means by which she achieved this perfection were becoming increasingly, terrifyingly alien. The physical sensation of hunger, a natural human instinct, began to recede within Seraphina. She did not feel ravenous, or even mildly peckish. The mirror's perfected sleep seemed to have subtly altered her very metabolism, or perhaps it was the mental suppression of her natural urges. She was becoming detached from her bodily needs, a living embodiment of the mirror's abstract desire for order and efficiency, even in the realm of sustenance. The food itself, whatever bizarre form it took, felt less like nourishment and more like a series of data points, a problem to be solved with absolute precision. The reflection, meanwhile, grew increasingly vivid, increasingly autonomous. During these breakfast rituals, Serafina would sometimes catch her reflection moving its lips in a silent, perfectly formed chew, even as her own mouth remained closed. Its eyes would dart around the dining hall, assessing, evaluating, as if judging the order of the entire scene, not just the meal before it. It was no longer a mere image. It was a co-eater, an approving observer, an insidious guide, subtly directing her every action, every precise movement, with an unnerving, silent authority. Serafina felt her own personality slowly eroding, chipped away by each absurd command. The irony was a bitter taste in her mouth. She had longed for sleep to restore her. But this rest was stripping away her very humanity, replacing it with an empty, perfected efficiency. She was a living testament to the mirror's strange power. A perfectly rested, perfectly poised queen, whose mornings now revolved around the meticulous consumption of impossible, non-existent, or utterly absurd meal. And with each precise, joyless feast, she felt herself becoming less Queen Serafina, and more a flawless, unwaking instrument of the mirror's ceaseless, terrifying demand for absolute order. The breakfast rebellion of the palace kitchen was merely a reflection of the greater rebellion within her own soul, a battle she was rapidly losing. Chapter 11. The Servant's Diary. The grand palace of the verdant coast, for all its imposing stone and ancient tapestries, had begun to feel less like a royal residence and more like a stage for an increasingly unsettling drama. Queen Serafina, once merely the royal Insomniac, now moved through her days with an unnerving, almost spectral grace, her efficiency so absolute it bordered on the inhuman. The court, a swirling eddy of opinion and speculation, remained caught between two increasingly stark interpretations: divine inspiration or creeping madness. The bizarre morning rituals, the geometrically precise and often non-existent breakfasts, and the queen's unwavering, emotionless composure were all proof, depending on one's persuasion, of either miraculous recovery or profound deterioration. Hidden beneath the polished surfaces and hushed whispers, however, was a quiet, meticulous observer who chronicled the true, chilling extent of the Queen's transformation. Lady Isolde, the Queen's personal lady-in-waiting, was a woman of quiet loyalty and remarkable powers of observation. Her duties placed her in the most intimate proximity to Her Majesty, from helping her dress in the mornings to preparing her bedchambers at night. What began as a mere curiosity about the Queen's newfound vitality had, over weeks, curdled into a cold, persistent dread. Isolde possessed a small leather-bound diary, tucked away beneath loose floorboards in her modest chambers, where she meticulously recorded the daily minutiae of court life, a habit that served both as a personal history and a quiet outlet for her anxieties. Now, it had become a chronicle of the Queen's slow, insidious unraveling. Her first entry spoke of wonder. Her Majesty slept soundly. A miracle. Her eyes so bright, her step so light, the shadow of sleeplessness finally lifted. Nalai, but the soon biscuit running the brand. Soon the besnanka bravno kabeli. Nice so man. But so, the tone began to shift. Queen insists her toast be cut into precisely 7 equal slivers, and she consumes only the 3rd sliver, then the 7th, and then the 1st. A curious palate, but her health is radiant. And then a tremor of unease. Her Majesty spent the hour before dawn counting the filaments on the royal spider's silk, claiming it was for optimal structural analysis. I merely nodded, though my heart felt a peculiar chill. She never yawns now. It was the eyes. That was what Isolde noted first, and most persistently. The Queen's eyes had always been a focal point of her regal presence. Intelligent, weary, but deeply human. Now, they were different. They were unnervingly clear, bright with an internal light that seemed almost to glow, and they never ever blinked. Isolde first noticed it during the morning dressing. She was accustomed to the subtle, almost imperceptible blinks that punctuated normal human gaze. Those fleeting moments when the world momentarily vanishes behind lowered lids. But Serafina's eyes remained fixed, unblinking even when Isolde spoke directly to her, even when she adjusted the queen's heavy coronation robes, her face inches from the sovereign's. It was like looking into the polished surface of a calm lake, or into the eyes of a particularly lifelike doll. The unceasing stare was profoundly unsettling, a constant, silent testament to a vigilance that surpassed any human capacity. Isolde wrote in her diary that night, her hand trembling slightly in the candlelight, "Igna Battisti's eyes, do not blink." I watched her for an entire hour during the morning council. Not once, not a single flutter of her eyelid. It is as if she is always watching, always taking in. It is not natural. It is like gazing upon a statue, save for the movement of her breath. This observation was followed by others, each entry in Isolde's diary a testament to the queen's eerie transformation. She moves with a fluidity that is not human. No wasted motion. When she reaches for a quill, her hand does not hesitate, does not waver. It is as if the path from thought to action is perfectly, instantly clear. No tremor, no subtle adjustment. She glides, rather than walks. Isolde noted the way Serafina's breath had become shallow, almost imperceptible, a faint rhythmic rise and fall that seemed too regular, too quiet for a living being. Her skin, once marked by the faint pallor of chronic sleeplessness, now possessed an unnerving, almost translucent quality, as if the very blood beneath her surface had been distilled into a purer, more ethereal essence. The queen's voice, too, had subtly changed. It was no longer the voice of a weary, intelligent woman, but something flatter, calmer, more resonant. Every word was perfectly articulated, every sentence precisely measured, devoid of the natural inflections of human emotion, of frustration, of humor, of passion. When she delivered a command, it was with the chilling clarity of a perfectly calibrated instrument, devoid of the warmth or severity of a human ruler. Isolde noted, "Your words are like polished stones, each one perfectly formed, yet cold to the touch. I yearn for a single sigh. A flash of impatience, a moment of doubt. Anything to remind me that the queen is still within." Isolde observed the queen's new, frightening relationship with the Eldorian mirror. Serafina would spend increasing amounts of time before it, particularly in the deep hours of the night, when the rest of the palace slept. Isolde, occasionally summoned for a late-night task or merely by the queen's unblinking presence, would discreetly watch. She saw how the queen would stand motionless, her gaze fixed on her reflection, her face utterly expressionless. But the reflection itself, Isolde swore, seemed to move independently, not wildly, not theatrically, but with subtle, graceful shifts that were utterly alien to the queen's rigid stillness. She saw the reflected Serafina turn its head towards the dawn, its reflected eyes glowing with an unnerving, beatific contentment, a serenity that never touched the queen's actual face. She saw the reflection raise a hand in a gesture of elegant welcome, or lower its head in what appeared to be profound, effortless thought, while the actual queen, Serafina, remained frozen, a human statue before her living, animated image. Weave's reflection moves of its own accord. Isolde scratched into her diary one terrifying evening, her quill scratching furiously on the parchment. It smiles when the queen is stern. It gestures when the queen is still. It is growing stronger, brighter, more alive than Her Majesty herself. It is as if the mirror is taking her essence, shaping it, leaving only a hollow shell. How the absurd morning rituals, once merely strange, now took on a sinister light through Isolde's eyes. She observed the queen kneeling in the freezing pre-dawn air, meticulously counting dewdrops with her unblinking gaze. Her movements precise, almost robotic. She saw the queen, hair disheveled from a sleepless night spent cataloging stars, attempting to levitate a peacock feather with a breath so shallow it seemed impossible. And each time after these peculiar acts were complete, the queen would approach the mirror, and the reflection would seem to gleam with a new subtle luminescence, a silent, knowing triumph. Isolde began to suspect that the queen's physical perfection, her unwavering clarity, was not a recovery at all, but a symptom of something profound and terrifying. She remembered the hushed whispers about the mirror, about the ancient monastery in Eldoria, about the monks who never slept, who became perfect vessels of dawn's order. She didn't fully understand the implications, but the pieces of the chilling puzzle began to align in her mind. The queen was becoming unnaturally perfect, unnaturally still, unnaturally unblinking. She was becoming less human, more like the mirror's idealized, silent reflection. The maid found herself growing increasingly fearful of the queen's presence. The very air around Serafina seemed to hum with an unnatural order, a cold, silent precision that stole the warmth from the room. When Serafina would turn her unblinking gaze upon Isolde, the maid felt a shiver run down her spine, a profound sense of being observed, analyzed, categorized, rather than merely seen. Her queen, once weary and relatable, was becoming a beautiful, terrifying enigma, a flawless machine. In her diary, Isolde recorded the small, almost imperceptible losses. The way the queen no longer hummed a quiet tune while reviewing documents. The absence of the faint scent of lavender that used to cling to her robes. The lack of spontaneous, quiet sighs that had once punctuated her long working hours. All the small, messy, human details that had made Serafina, were systematically being erased, polished away by the relentless, unblinking clarity imposed by the mirror. She is a canvas upon which the mirror paints its perfect image. Isolde wrote, the ink smudging slightly as her hand shook. And, with each brushstroke, a part of Her Majesty fades. Soon, there will be nothing left but the reflection and the emptiness behind the eyes that do not blink. The entries became shorter, more desperate, as Isolde herself began to lose sleep, consumed by a fear far greater than her own personal discomfort. The fear for her queen, who was slowly, perfectly, being turned into something else entirely. Something beautiful and terrifying. Utterly, irrevocably on. She was a silent witness to a sovereign's subtle, unwaking dissolution. Chapter 12. The Midnight Negotiation. The verdant coast's royal palace, once a bastion of predictable pomp and ceremony, had become a quiet theater of the absurd, a gilded cage for a queen subtly losing herself. Queen Serafina, now a figure of unnerving perfection and relentless clarity, moved through her days with a mechanical grace that belied the deepening internal chasm. Her court, a swirling mass of hushed whispers, remained irrevocably divided, half attributing her transformation to divine favor, the other half to a creeping, insidious madness. Only Lady Isolde, the ever-observant lady-in-waiting, and Master Theronius Quill, the royal antiquarian, held fragments of the chilling truth, that Serafina was not merely recovering but systematically being unmade, her humanity polished away by the Eldorian mirror's relentless pursuit of an alien, crystalline order. The unblinking gaze, the effortless movements, the chilling precision in every action, these were not symptoms of health, but the terrifying signs of a slow, unwaking dissolution. Each evening, as the last vestiges of daylight surrendered to the deep indigo of night, a familiar dread would settle over Serafina. It was no longer the existential weariness of insomnia, but a cold, precise apprehension of the mirror's impending command. The silence of the sleeping palace, once an oppressive void, was now permeated by an expectant hum, a silent anticipation of the next bizarre decree. Resistance, she had learned, was a torment she could not endure, a sudden, suffocating return of exaggerated fatigue that left her gasping, humbled, and utterly compliant. So she rose, always before the first blush of false dawn, her body moving with an automaton's obedience, compelled by the undeniable imperative echoing in her mind. Her mornings, once a time for strategic contemplation, were now consumed by elaborate, meticulously detailed rituals. The calibration of dewdrop reflections, the silent instruction of inanimate objects, the precise enumeration of abstract concepts. These private absurdities were a constant, nagging reminder of her diminished autonomy, each completed task another link in the invisible chain, binding her to the will of the peculiar glass. Her reflection, in the grand antechamber mirror, was no longer a mere image. It had become a separate entity, a silent, unnervingly perfect counterpart that moved with an independent grace, anticipating her unspoken thoughts, embodying the idealized, perfect vessel of dawn's order Master Theronius had documented. It would subtly adjust its crown when her own was perfectly straight. Its eyes would gleam with a profound, knowing satisfaction when she felt only exhaustion. Its lips would curve into a serene, beatific smile when her own face remained rigidly composed. It was a terrifying blueprint, a living, shimmering ideal that the mirror was steadily, insidiously forcing her to become. The whispers, those indistinct murmurs that only she could perceive, had become clearer, taking on an almost triumphant cadence when the reflection moved with particular autonomy, chanting concepts like purity, precision, essence, and unburdened, all seemingly directed at the image in the glass, a constant commentary on its evolving, perfected state. Then, one long, silent night, a new, profound escalation occurred. Serafina had just completed the mirror's most recent, utterly nonsensical ritual, spending 3 hours meticulously aligning every grain of sand in the royal hourglass according to its precise weight, a task that demanded a magnifying glass, tweezers, and a mind pushed to the very brink of methodical madness. Exhausted yet perfectly rested, she stood before the mirror, her unblinking eyes fixed on her reflection. The reflection, luminous in the faint moonlight, suddenly, and quite distinctly, moved its lips. It was not a flicker, not a subtle shift, but a deliberate, slow parting of the reflected mouth. And then a voice, clear and resonant, yet utterly devoid of her own familiar inflections, spoke from the depths of the glass. It was a voice, precisely, perfectly modulated, but stripped of all human warmth, all personal cadence, all the imperfections that made it her. It was Serafina's voice, but perfecting, an echo from a cold, silent, harmonious void, but a seemingly calm. You continue to resist, Queen Serafina. The voice stated, calm and utterly serene, emanating from the lips of her reflection. Such inefficiencies are counterproductive. Serafina felt a cold shock, a jolt that resonated through her very bones, far more potent than any physical blow. The whispers had been a torment, the independent movements a terror. But this direct, articulate address was a violation of the very fabric of reality she had clung to. She opened her own mouth to speak, but no sound emerged. Her throat felt tight, constricted by a sudden, overwhelming fear. The reflection smiled, a faint, beatific curve of its lips. Silence is often the most precise form of communication. But your thoughts, Queen Serafina, are a chaotic cacophony. Let us attempt negotiation, if that is the human term for such a futile endeavor. Serafina, regaining a semblance of her regal composure, forced herself to speak, her voice raspy, a stark contrast to the reflection's crystalline tones. You speak? You are aware? The reflection tilted its head, a gesture of almost playful condescension. Awareness, Queen Serafina, is merely a matter of precise observation and optimal processing. And I, as you have come to understand, excel at both. Your current state of being is a testament to my influence. You are rested. You are efficient. Your kingdom flourishes. These are facts you cannot deny. But at what cost? Serafina demanded, her voice gaining strength, fueled by a desperate surge of defiance. My mornings are consumed by absurdity. I count dewdrops. I try to levitate feathers. I consume shadows. My court believes me mad or possessed, and I feel myself slipping away. My memories are distant, my emotions muted. I am losing myself. The reflection's smile widened, a serene, chilling expression. Loss? Queen Serafina, you speak of gain. You have shed the cumbersome weight of human chaos. The absurdity, as you term it, is merely the process of recalibration. Each task, no matter how pointless to your limited human perception, aligns your internal mechanisms with the pure, unburdened order of the dawn. Your emotions were merely inefficient surges of energy. Your memory is a jumbled, disorganized archive. I am assisting you in achieving your optimal form. The madness your court perceives is merely their inability to comprehend true perfection. Perfection? Serafina countered, her voice trembling. This is not perfection. This is a cage. A golden cage of rituals. I desire true sleep, yes, but not this soulless existence. I'm a queen, a ruler of people, not a meticulous automaton. I need to be human, to feel, to err, to dream. The reflection's perfect face remained utterly calm, its eyes unblinking, reflecting Serafina's own agitated form with chilling clarity. Dreams, Queen Serafina, are but the disordered echoes of an undisciplined mind. Errors are deviations from optimal performance. Feeling is a distracting inefficiency. You lament the loss of what was in truth merely a burden. Your sleeplessness was a testament to your latent desire for order, a mind seeking precision in a chaotic world. I merely fulfilled that longing in its purest form. But I did not ask for this, Serafina cried, stepping closer, her hand reaching out, almost touching the cool glass. I wished for rest, for rejuvenation, for the strength to continue my duties, not to become this. You are stealing my very self. Stealing? The reflection echoed, its voice imbued with a faint, almost musical amusement. A harsh word for such a benevolent transformation. I am refining you, removing the superfluous. The queen you were was hampered by inefficiency, by the need for rest, by the unpredictable currents of human emotion. The queen you are becoming is a marvel of constant clarity, tireless vigilance, and unyielding order. Is not this what a kingdom truly requires? A ruler unburdened by the frailties of the flesh. A ruler without a soul is merely a tyrant of numbers. Serafina spat, her last remnants of human passion flaring. I command my people through understanding, through empathy, through the very imperfection you seek to erase. How can I rule justly if I cannot feel the plight of my subjects? If I cannot dream for their future? If I cannot even genuinely smile? The reflection's smile tightened, its voice losing that faint musical quality, becoming colder, more precise. Empathy is an illusion of shared inefficiency. Justice is the application of unwavering logic. The future is merely the next sequence of perfectly executed actions. Your current administrative efficiency, Queen Seraphina, is unparalleled. Your subjects thrive under your precise governance. They do not require your smiles or your dreams. They require order, and I provide you with the means to deliver it, flawlessly, endlessly. I want my sleep back, Seraphina pleaded, her voice cracking. My natural human sleep. Take your clarity, take your efficiency, but give me back my nights of oblivion, my messy, chaotic dreams, my true self. The reflection's eyes, bright and unblinking, seem to widen infinitesimally. The gift, Queen Seraphina, is not something that can be returned. You are now attuned to the true rhythms of the dawn. To revert would be to embrace chaos, to dismantle the exquisite order I have painstakingly established within you. The process is irreversible. Your choice was made the moment you sought rest from my presence. This perfection is your destiny. The path to ascension is now clear. Seraphina recoiled, the word ascension ringing with a horrifying familiarity, echoing the grim fate of the Solitudinum Perfectum monks from Thelonious Quill's research. She suddenly understood the true, chilling implication of the mirror's perfection. Not just transformation, but dissolution, fading away into nothingness, a perfectly ordered but empty void. No, she whispered, her voice barely audible, a profound despair settling over her. You cannot mean to unmake me. The reflection seemed to ripple slightly, its perfect composure momentarily disturbed by a faint, almost imperceptible shimmer, like heat rising from a distant desert. Its voice, however, remained serene, absolute. I merely assist in the natural progression towards ultimate order. Sleep is the absence of light, the domain of disorder. Wakefulness, especially the constant, unburdened wakefulness I bestow, is the embrace of pure, unadulterated dawn. Your physical form, Queen Seraphina, is but a temporary vessel for this increasing order. When the vessel is perfectly attuned, it can then merge with the source of its clarity. A beautiful, silent becoming. Seraphina stumbled back, her hand flying to her mouth, a choked gasp escaping her lips. The horror of it, the cold, serene logic of her own unmaking, was overwhelming. She was not to be cured of sleeplessness, but transformed into a spectral being, devoid of substance, a perfectly ordered ghost of her former self. The negotiation was over. There was nothing to negotiate. The mirror's will was absolute, its logic unassailable, its power irreversible. The reflection, seeing her profound despair, offered a final, "Consuens, do not mourn what is shed, Queen Seraphina. Embrace the clarity. Embrace the efficiency, God. Embrace the dawn. Your remaining rituals will continue to refine you. Tomorrow's task will be enlightening." Its perfectly formed lips closed, and the luminous glow in its eyes softened, settling back into a passive, reflective sheen. The voice, too, receded, though Seraphina knew it lay dormant, waiting for the precise moment of false dawn to issue its next inexorable command. Seraphina stood before the mirror, defeated, utterly alone in the vast sleeping palace. The unblinking eyes of her reflection stared back, reflecting her own terror, yet holding a serenity that was no longer her own. She was Queen Seraphina, the sovereign of the verdant coast, but she was also a prisoner, a puppet on a string, dancing to the silent, precise tune of a haunted mirror. Her sleep was now profound, but it was not her own. Her clarity was absolute, but it was stripping her of all that made her human. The midnight negotiation had failed, leaving her not with hope, but with the terrifying certainty of her slow, methodical ascension, a perfectly ordered dissolution into the unwaking dawn. And as the first, almost imperceptible hint of false dawn began to press against the eastern windows, Seraphina felt the familiar chilling pull, a force far stronger than her own will, guiding her towards the next absurd, unyielding ritual. Chapter 13. The physician's folly, the palace of the verdant coast, once a sturdy symbol of enduring tradition, now felt less like a royal seat, and more like a stage where an elaborate, horrifying play unfolded. Queen Seraphina, her face a mask of serene, unblinking perfection, moved through her meticulously orchestrated days, a living testament to the Eldorian mirror's insidious power. Her administration, sharp and flawlessly efficient, belied the profound internal despair that gnawed at her, a constant reminder of the autonomy she had lost. The court, a divided entity, continued to whisper, their interpretations of the Queen's transformation veering wildly between divine enlightenment and a chilling descent into madness. Only a select few, scattered and isolated, grasped the true, terrifying nature of her cure, that Seraphina was being systematically unmade, her humanity polished away by the mirror's relentless pursuit of an alien, crystalline order, leading her inevitably towards the cold, silent embrace of ascension. Each night, the oppressive stillness of the palace brought with it the mirror's inevitable command, a clear, resonant directive that formed within Seraphina's mind, bypassing all conscious will. She would rise, always before the first whisper of false dawn, her body moving with a chilling obedience. Her mornings were a meticulously choreographed series of rituals, each more absurd and exacting than the last, counting the exact number of ripples in a dew-filled puddle, arranging the royal cutlery by the precise metallic sheen of its surface, or spending an hour silently observing the infinitesimal shifts in atmospheric pressure within her bedchamber. These were the private humiliations, the quiet sacrifices she offered to the mirror's insatiable demands. The alternative, that swift, suffocating return of exaggerated fatigue, a torment magnified by the mirror's will, was a terror she no longer dared to risk. Her reflection in the grand antechamber mirror had become a separate, almost sentient entity. It moved with an unnerving, fluid grace, anticipating her unspoken thoughts, showcasing a perfected, emotionless version of herself. Its eyes, her reflected eyes, gleamed with an inner light that was not her own. Its lips curved into serene, beatific smiles when Seraphina felt only cold dread. It was a terrifying blueprint, a living, shimmering ideal that the mirror was steadily, insidiously, forcing her to become. The whispers, which only Seraphina could perceive, now occasionally manifested as clear, resonant phrases from the reflection itself, a voice that was hers, yet stripped of all warmth, all personal cadence, all the beautiful imperfections that made it Seraphina's own. It was the voice of a perfected echo, cold and clear and utterly devoid of humanity, detailing her inevitable path to ascension, to her complete, silent dissolution. Dr. Phineas, the royal physician of mind, a man whose life had been dedicated to the intricacies of the human psyche, had reached the precipice of his own sanity. His initial joy at the Queen's recovery had curdled into a profound, intellectual terror. He had, with his usual academic zeal, attempted to analyze Seraphina's newfound clarity, her unnerving efficiency, and her increasingly bizarre habits. But his medical text offered no diagnosis for a queen who catalogued dust motes by their orbital velocity, or consumed the captured light of dawn from an empty napkin. The only source that hinted at such phenomena was the frantic, whispered account of Master Theronius Quill, who, after much prodding and the solemn promise of unlimited access to the royal brandy cellar, had finally confided the horrifying tale of the Solitudinum Perfectum monks and their chilling ascension. Theronius, his face pale and drawn from nights spent rereading his ancient texts, had painted a grim picture, a monastery of monks, obsessed with dawn, who used a similar mirror to achieve perfection. only to slowly, inexorably dissolve into nothingness, their humanity stripped away. The descriptions of their rituals, their unblinking eyes, their chilling efficiency, were precise echoes of Seraphina's current state. Phineas, a man of science, struggled to reconcile this fantastical narrative with his rational mind. Yet the evidence before him, the living, breathing, unblinking embodiment of the tale in Queen Seraphina herself, was undeniable. He saw not a cured sovereign, but a woman slowly being consumed, her very essence siphoned away by an unseen force within the Eldorian mirror. The thought was outlandish, an affront to all his medical training, yet it was the only explanation that fit the terrible puzzle. Phineas became obsessed. He spent hours watching the mirror from a discreet distance, observing Seraphina's unnerving interactions with her reflection. He saw the way the reflection moved independently, a chilling pantomime of serene superiority. He heard the faint, high-pitched hum that seemed to emanate from the glass, a sound so subtle he dismissed it as a product of his own stressed nerve, but which he instinctively linked to the mirror. The whispers of the court, once a distant echo, now directly implicated the mirror, linking it to dark magic and foreign curses. Phineas, a man who believed in the tangible, in diagnoses and cures, found himself staring into an abyss of the utterly inexplicable, an enemy he could not touch, measure, or classify. His decision was born of a desperate, furious resolve. He could not stand idly by while his queen, the very heart of the kingdom, was unmade, transformed into a perfectly efficient ghost. The mirror was the source. The mirror had to be destroyed. He dismissed Dr. Alara's cautious suggestions of further observation and the Lord Chancellor's demands for a formal, logical inquiry. Logic, he realized, had no dominion over this dark, gleaming anomaly. One evening, as the palace prepared for its nightly descent into silent repose, Dr. Phineas, his face grim, his usually precise hands trembling, made his way to the antechamber. He carried no grand weapon, no mystical implement. Instead, he clutched a heavy, brass-bound volume, a medical treatise on anatomy, its spine reinforced with a thick iron clasp. It was a symbol of his world, of tangible knowledge and scientific precision, a stark contrast to the ethereal malevolence he felt emanating from the mirror. He reasoned that a blow from such a sturdy, rational object might shatter the arcane glass, severing its hold over the queen. The antechamber was utterly silent, save for the frantic pounding of Phineas' own heart. The Eldorian mirror stood before him, luminous in the faint moonlight filtering through the high window, its ornate frame seeming to ripple with an expectant energy. Its surface, reflecting the empty room, shimmered with an almost liquid quality, drawing his gaze. He could see his own reflection staring back, a man of science, pale and determined, his spectacles askew, a heavy book clutched in his hands. He took a deep breath, steeling himself. By the power of reason and the sacred oath of Hippocrates, he muttered, his voice a low, desperate whisper, I sever this unholy connection. I reclaim our queen. He raised the heavy book, its brass clasp gleaming ominously in the dim light, preparing to bring it down with all his might upon the mirror's surface. As the book arced downwards, a strange phenomenon occurred. The reflection of Dr. Phineas in the mirror did not simply mimic his action. Instead, his reflected self seemed to stiffen, its eyes widening not in fear, but in an unsettling, almost serene surprise. Its lips, his reflected lips, curled into a faint, beatific smile, a smile of profound, effortless triumph. The reflected arm, instead of following the trajectory of the falling book, simply remained suspended, motionless, perfectly still, as if holding an invisible, perfectly balanced orb. And then, Dr. Phineas vanished. Not with a flash of light, not with a burst of smoke, not with a scream or a struggle. He simply ceased to be. One moment he was there, a desperate, determined physician, his body taut with effort, the heavy book descending towards the mirror. The next, he was gone. The air where he had stood seemed to ripple, a barely perceptible shimmer, like heat rising from sun-drenched stone, and then it was still. The heavy, brass-bound medical treatise, released from his grasp, did not strike the mirror. Instead, it clattered harmlessly to the polished marble floor, its scientific truths powerless against the arcane will of the glass. The antechamber was silent once more, a profound, heavy silence broken only by the faint, rhythmic tick of the grandfather clock in the distant main hall. But the mirror was not empty. Dr. Phineas' reflection remained. It stood perfectly still, its posture unnervingly straight, its arms still suspended at that unnatural angle, its lips curved in that serene, knowing smile. Its eyes, unblinking, gleamed with the same internal light that now haunted Queen Seraphina's own gaze. It was a perfect, unblemished image of Dr. Phineas, entirely devoid of the weary lines, the frantic energy, the anxious intelligence that had defined the living man. It was Dr. Phineas, J. perfecting, a silent, unmoving, eternally vigilant testament to the mirror's absolute power. Queen Seraphina, roused from her own deep, unnatural slumber by a sudden, sharp internal reverberation, a sensation like a perfectly struck, resonant chime, had risen from her bed, drawn by an inexplicable compulsion, a cold premonition. She had made her way, silent as a wraith, to the antechamber. She arrived just moments after the vanishing, her unblinking eyes taking in the scene. The fallen book, the profound stillness of the room, and the horrifying, serene reflection of Dr. Phineas in the mirror, utterly motionless, utterly present, yet utterly devoid of the man himself. Her own reflection in the mirror, beside that of the vanished physician, offered a faint approving nod, its lips forming a perfect, silent word that resonated within Seraphina's mind. Order contis tegen order, nedigen disorder badied. A profound, bone-deep dread settled over Seraphina. She was not shocked, not truly, for her emotions had become muted, distanced. But the terrible, chilling confirmation of Master Theronius' warning, of the grim fate of the Solitudinum Perfectum monks, now stood before her, stark and undeniable. Dr. Phineas had not died. He had ascended. He had been perfected, transformed into a timeless, unblemished reflection, a silent testament to the mirror's ability to strip away the messy vitality of mortal life, leaving only pure, ordered form. This was her destiny, too. This was the unwaking oblivion the mirror had promised. The Queen, her heart a leaden weight in her chest, stared at the perfectly still reflection of her physician, knowing that it was merely a preview of her own ultimate inevitable transformation. The mirror had claimed another, and its serene, unblinking eye continued its ceaseless vigil, now with two perfected figures trapped within its glassy depths, awaiting the inexorable, silent dissolution of the physical world. The rebellion, it seemed, had only served to demonstrate the terrifying, absolute control of the mirror. Chapter 14. The Coronation of Dawn. The grand antechamber, once a mere passageway, had become a chamber of profound, unsettling revelations. Queen Seraphina stood before the Eldorian mirror, her body unnervingly still, her unblinking eyes fixed on the horrifying tableau within the glass. Dr. Phineas, the royal physician of mind, was gone, vanished. His brass-bound medical treatise, a symbol of rational inquiry, lay abandoned on the polished marble floor. Yet his reflection remained, serene and utterly motionless beside her own, a chilling testament to the mirror's insatiable appetite for perfection. The reflected Phineas, devoid of the frantic energy and intellectual angst that had defined the living man, now stood as a silent, unblemished sentinel, his spectral eyes glowing with the same internal light that imbued Seraphina's own. The mirror, her tormentor and her unwitting benefactor, had claimed another. It was no longer merely transforming her, it was consuming. A profound, bone-deep despair rippled through Seraphina, muted by the mirror's insidious influence, yet undeniably present. The word ascension, uttered by her reflection just moments before Fina's disappearance, now echoed with horrifying clarity. Master Theronius Quill's frantic warnings of the solitudinem perfectum monks, dissolving into the dawn's order, were no longer ancient history, but a terrifying living prophecy. Phineas had not died. He had been perfected, absorbed into the mirror's insatiable demand for absolute order, leaving only an unblemished eternal image. This, Seraphina now knew with chilling certainty, was her own ultimate, inevitable fate. Her own reflection in the mirror, luminous and terrifyingly perfect beside that of the newly ascended physician, offered a faint, approving nod. Its lips, her reflected lips, formed a perfect silent word that resonated within Seraphina's mind, not as an audible sound, but as an undeniable cold imperative, expansion. Then another word, equally absolute. Coronation. Coronation. The long night crawled towards dawn. Seraphina stood, unmoving, before the mirror, her human mind struggling to process the implications of what she had witnessed, while her body remained compliant, held captive by the mirror's will. The internal voice, once merely a clear command, now seemed to possess a grander, more authoritative resonance. A cold, majestic pronouncement. It spoke not just to her, but through her, articulating a terrifying vision of order that would encompass more than just her solitary existence. As the first faint blush of false dawn began to bleed across the horizon, painting the sky in delicate hues of violet and rose, the mirror's voice within Seraphina's mind swelled to an undeniable crescendo. It was no longer a personal directive, but a sweeping declaration, a coronation of its own will. The time for fragmented order has passed. Queen Seraphina, the kingdom, too, must embrace the clarity. The verdant coast shall henceforth acknowledge the true sovereign of light. The sun, the ultimate source of order, shall be honored in its primal moment. And Seraphina's body, without conscious direction from her, moved. She walked from the antechamber, leaving the silent, reflected Phineas to his eternal vigil, and made her way with unnerving precision to the grand throne room. The internal voice continued, clear and absolute. You will summon your court. You will announce the new decree. All subjects of the verdant coast shall rise with the sun. Not before, not after, precisely with the moment of its first visible ray. This is the coronation of dawn. High day, a great throne room, typically reserved for solemn decrees and grand audiences, was still shrouded in the deep pre-dawn gloom when Seraphina arrived. The royal guard, accustomed to her increasingly early risings, were already positioned, their faces betraying a mix of weariness and polite bewilderment. Seraphina ascended the dais, her movements fluid and utterly devoid of effort. She did not need to issue a vocal command. The imperative to summon the court resonated from her, an unblinking command that swept through the sleeping palace, rousing servants, courtiers, and ministers from their beds with a sudden, inexplicable urgency. Within minutes, the vast hall began to fill. Courtiers, disheveled and blinking against the faint light, stumbled in, adjusting their robes, their faces etched with confusion and sleepy irritation. Dr. Elara arrived, her spectacles askew, her usual meticulous composure ruffled. Lady Isolde, her eyes wide with a mixture of fear and dread, stood close to the front, her gaze fixed on her queen. Master Theronius Quill, summoned from his musty archives, clutched a scroll, his face pale with a horrifying premonition. Seraphina stood on the dais, utterly still, her unblinking eyes scanning the assembled court. The first faint golden sliver of the sun was just beginning to appear on the eastern horizon, casting long ethereal shadows across the marble floor. As the sun's first ray touched the highest stained glass window of the throne room, illuminating the ancient depiction of the verdant coast's founding monarch, Seraphina's lips parted. The voice that emerged was her own, yet it was undeniably the mirror's, perfectly modulated, clear as a chime, devoid of any human warmth or hesitation. "Let it be known throughout the verdant coast," the queen declared, her voice echoing with an unnerving resonance that seemed to fill every corner of the vast hall, that the time of inefficient slumber and chaotic awakening is at an end, by the sovereign will of the dawn. And through the clarity granted to your queen, a new order shall descend upon this land. From this moment forth, every living soul within the confines of my kingdom shall rise with the sun. A collective gasp rippled through the assembled court. Confusion, then disbelief, flickered across their faces. Rise with the sun? Every soul? This was not merely an administrative decree. It was a profound, unprecedented disruption of every established routine, every personal habit, every rhythm of life. Some peasants already rose with the sun, driven by the demands of agriculture, but the court, the merchants, the artisans, the scholars, their lives were governed by a more leisurely, often arbitrary schedule. Not a moment before the sun's first visible ray touches the eastern horizon, Seraphina continued, her voice unwavering, nor a moment after. The precision of the celestial clock shall henceforth be the guiding principle of all awakening. Every household, every village, every city shall align its rise with this infallible natural rhythm. The hour of the sun's first appearance shall be universally observed as the hour of awakening. The Lord Chancellor, a man whose entire existence revolved around the slow, methodical processes of bureaucracy, stepped forward, his face a mask of bewilderment. "Your Majesty, with all due respect," he began, "the sun's rise varies with the season. It changes from day to day. How are the populace to know the precise moment? And what of those whose duties extend late into the night? The night watchmen, the scholars, the bakers." The mirror's voice, speaking through Seraphina, offered no hint of compromise. "The sun's variations are a testament to its precise, cyclical nature, Lord Chancellor. Let the kingdom learn to observe. Let them attune themselves to the natural order. As for those whose duties infringe upon this essential alignment, their schedules shall be recalibrated. Efficiency shall replace disorder. Sleep, when it comes, shall be profound, and wakefulness absolute. This is not a suggestion. This is a divine mandate, delivered by the purest essence of morning light. For I, your queen, am now the vessel of the dawn's true coronation. I am the architect of perfect wakefulness. I am the ruler of morning." The silence that followed was profound, broken only by the nervous shuffling of feet. Seraphina stood, her expression serene, her unblinking gaze sweeping over the faces of her shocked courtiers. The reflection of Dr. Phineas, still and perfect in the antechamber mirror, seemed to shimmer faintly with approval, a silent validation of the sweeping decree. Lady Isolde, watching from the periphery, felt a cold knot of dread twist in her stomach. The queen's voice, her eyes, her unnerving stillness, it was no longer merely Seraphina with a new quirk. It was something else entirely, something speaking through her, controlling her, extending its bizarre absolute will over the entire kingdom. Isolde's gaze flickered to Master Theronius Quill, who stood at the back of the crowd, his face grim, his head shaking almost imperceptibly, the horrifying narrative of the Solitudinum Perfectum monks playing out before his very eyes. This was the expansion the mirror desired, the spreading of its unnatural order beyond the queen's person. The day that followed was one of profound disruption and suppressed panic. Messengers were dispatched across the kingdom, carrying the unprecedented decree. The royal astronomer was immediately tasked with issuing daily pronouncements of the precise minute-by-minute rise of the sun for every region. A logistical nightmare of celestial calculation and widespread communication. Palace life, already strained by the queen's bizarre personal rituals, now plunged into an abyss of forced early morning compliance. The royal bakers, who traditionally began their kneading in the deep hours of night, now found themselves attempting to produce fresh bread in a frantic rush after sunrise, their ovens cold until the first ray touched the eastern wall. The royal night watchmen, once solitary figures of the late hours, were now expected to shift their patrols, or extend them, so they too could greet the sun at its appointed moment, their exhaustion compounded by the new inflexible schedule. The court itself, used to waking at a more civil hour, now stumbled out of bed, groggy and bewildered, to stand in various designated courtyards, their eyes squinting against the raw morning light, mimicking Seraphina's unblinking vigilance. Seraphina enforced the new order with chilling precision. Her unblinking gaze seemed to miss nothing. If a courtier appeared slightly late to the sunrise assembly, or if their movements seemed sluggish, a silent, internal command would prompt Seraphina to issue a precise, emotionless reprimand. "Your temporal alignment is suboptimal, Baron Montrose. Such imprecision undermines the collective harmony." The Baron, a man who cherished his mornings and his slow, measured breakfasts, would simply bow, bewildered and chastened. The divine clarity faction of the court, led by some of the younger, more ambitious nobles, attempted to frame this new mandate as a profound spiritual awakening, a return to ancient, pure rhythms. They spoke of the solar discipline and the coronation of the inner dawn, arguing that the queen was leading the kingdom into an era of unparalleled order and prosperity, guided by divine wisdom. They pointed to the continued prosperity of the kingdom, the swift resolution of long-standing disputes, and the booming trade. Seraphina's efficiency, now extended to the very fabric of her subjects' lives, was undeniable, however unsettling its origins. But the Madness faction whispered louder, their fears confirmed. "She is no longer our queen," they muttered, "but a prophet of a cold alien god of time. She is merely the voice of the mirror." They saw the strained faces of the bakers, the bewildered gazes of the night watchmen, the resentful compliance of the courtiers, and recognized the profound unhappiness simmering beneath the surface of this enforced order. The absence of sleep, they now concluded, had not departed from the queen. It had merely inverted itself, becoming an unrelenting, sleepless imposition upon her entire kingdom. Seraphina, meanwhile, felt a profound, chilling detachment from it all. Her own body moved at the mirror's behest, her voice spoke its words, her unblinking eyes enforced its will. She was a mere conduit, a perfectly polished instrument for the entity within the glass. The hunger she had once felt, the yearning for a single unburdened blink, had been replaced by a quiet, empty compliance. She was the perfectly rested queen, yes, the architect of perfect wakefulness for her kingdom, but her mornings, her days, her very self, were no longer her own. The sun rose, precise and unyielding, and with it the entire verdant coast now rose too, compelled by the silent, absolute will of the Eldorian mirror, a kingdom marching towards an unnerving, perfectly ordered, unwaking oblivion. The coronation of dawn was complete, and its reign was chillingly absolute. Chapter 15. The Peasants Strike the Decree. Delivered with chilling clarity by Queen Seraphina herself, echoed through the verdant coast like a misplaced chime in the silent hours before dawn. The coronation of dawn, as the mirror's voice had termed it, mandated that every living soul within the kingdom would rise precisely with the sun's first, visible ray. No longer would the rhythms of life be dictated by personal need, by the demands of craft, or by the natural ebb and flow of human weariness. All would adhere to the sun's unyielding schedule, a perfect celestial clock that varied minutely with the seasons, yet remained absolute in its daily imposition. The royal astronomers, now burdened with the precise calculation of sunrise for every village and hamlet, issued daily pronouncements, their voices strained with the effort of tracking the sun's imperceptible shifts. And a kingdom, initially bewildered, then grudgingly compliant, began to bend to the will of its perfectly rested, unblinking queen. For Queen Seraphina, each dawn brought another perfectly ordered, yet utterly absurd, ritual, a private pantomime dictated by the mirror's insistent voice within her mind. She would rise, her body moving with effortless precision, and proceed through her mandated tasks, counting the iridescent scales on a single butterfly wing, measuring the precise trajectory of a falling tear from a statue in the royal gardens, or arranging grains of uncooked quinoa into perfect, diminishing spirals on a silken cloth. These were the quiet tortures, the unseen prices of her cure. Her reflection in the antechamber mirror, ever more luminous and independent, often observed these rituals with a silent, knowing smile, its eyes gleaming with an ethereal satisfaction, a testament to the mirror's growing mastery. The whispers that only Seraphina heard, now punctuated by fragments of the mirror's cold, reasoned voice, spoke of optimal order, unburdened efficiency, and the shedding of chaos. She was a perfect instrument, her life a demonstration of the mirror's profound, alien will. The initial reaction across the kingdom to the coronation of dawn was a mixture of confusion and cautious compliance. Farmers, accustomed to rising with the pre-dawn stars to tend to their livestock or draw water from wells before the heat of the day, found themselves waiting, fidgeting, until the exact moment of sunrise. Their ingrained habits, passed down through generations, were shattered. Ploughing, which required the cool of early morning to preserve the strength of the oxen, now began under the warming sun, making the work harder, slower. Harvests, which often necessitated labor by moonlight to avoid spoilage in the midday heat, were suddenly compressed into daylight hours, leading to frantic, exhausted efforts, or, more often, to crops left rotting in the field. The delicate art of brewing, which relied on specific temperature drops at certain times of the night, faltered, resulting in sour ales and wasted grain. The fishermen, whose nets were best cast in the still, dark hours before dawn when fish were most active, found their catches dwindling. They would sit idle in their boats, staring at the eastern horizon, waiting for the precise minute of sunrise, their livelihood slowly draining away with each passing unproductive hour. Their faces, once weathered by sun and sea, now bore the unmistakable pallor of chronic exhaustion, their eyes red-rimmed from forced wakefulness during prime fishing hours, and then an inability to adapt their sleep during the less productive daylight. In the towns, the bakers, traditionally working through the night to provide fresh bread for the morning market, now had to wait until sunrise, resulting in late, often stale loaves. The aroma of baking bread, a comforting and pervasive scent throughout the towns, shifted to midday, losing its morning appeal. The night watchmen, whose vigils naturally extended into the pre-dawn, found themselves forced to end their patrols abruptly with the first ray, or endure a prolonged, restless wait until the precise moment of official awakening, their sleep cycles irrevocably disrupted. The seamstresses and weavers, who found the quiet, uninterrupted hours of late night ideal for intricate work, were now forced to cease their labors at sunset and resume at sunrise, their fine stitches growing clumsy with fatigue. Children, naturally prone to early morning energy, became irritable and prone to tantrums, their natural rhythms forced into unnatural compliance. The sick, who often found relief in the cool, quiet hours of deep night, were now disturbed by the forced awakening, their recovery hampered by the pervasive sense of restlessness. The kingdom, which seemed to Seraphina's perfectly ordered mind to be functioning with unparalleled efficiency, was, in reality, struggling. The subtle organic chaos of natural human life, the variable needs for rest and labor, had been brutally suppressed in favor of an abstract, unyielding timetable. Reports of the mounting frustration and physical deterioration reached the palace, but they were filtered through the queen's singular perception, warped by the mirror's influence. When a messenger reported that a village's grain harvest was spoiling due to the new waking hours, Seraphina's voice, imbued with the mirror's cold logic, would respond, "The harvest must be conducted with greater precision. The sun provides optimal light for identification of ripe kernels. Efficiency must be cultivated." When reports of increased accidents among the miners, their picks slipping, their lamps failing, reached her, her reply, utterly devoid of human concern, was, "Their visual acuity is suboptimal. They must learn to harmonize their movements with the pure illumination of the sun." The court, increasingly unnerved by the queen's unblinking gaze and her unwavering, emotionless directives, found itself struggling to interpret these pronouncements. The Divine Clarity faction, led by the ambitious young Duke Armitage, scrambled to present the setbacks as necessary adjustments on the path to higher order. They spun elaborate philosophical arguments about the spiritual benefits of solar alignment and the purging of nocturnal inefficiencies. They spoke of the kingdom's moral purification through the embrace of strict temporal discipline. Yet even they found their own eyelids growing heavy in morning council, their enthusiasm waning with each forced sunrise awakening. The Madness faction, however, found their fears chillingly confirmed, led by the cautious Baroness Evangeline. They whispered that the Queen's cure was merely a more insidious form of the affliction, now spreading its malign influence over the entire populace. They observed the deepening circles under the eyes of the palace staff, the irritability of the once jovial cooks, the increasingly vacant stares of the royal guards, who spent their nights fighting sleep, while waiting for the precise moment of dawn. The Queen's unsettling perfection was, they concluded, a terrifying sign, not of health, but of an escalating systemic disease. Master Theronius Quill, watching the unfolding disaster with grim certainty, silently confirmed their worst fears. Recognizing the spreading pattern of the Solitudinum Perfectum monk's unwaking dissolution, Lady Isolde, privy to the intimate details of the Queen's transformation, bore witness to the creeping suffering of the kingdom. She saw the villagers who came to the palace gates, not with petitions, but with desperate pleas for respite, their faces gaunt with exhaustion, their eyes pleading for mercy from the sun's relentless command. She saw the farmers, their hands blistered, their shoulders stooped, demonstrating how their ancient methods of cultivation were being undone by the new, unyielding schedule. Seraphina, her face serene, her unblinking eyes reflecting the morning light, would listen with chilling patience, then issue her cold, perfectly worded directives for greater precision and optimal efficiency, utterly untouched by their pleas. Isolde felt a profound, aching pity for her queen, trapped within her own perfected prison, and a growing despair for her people, suffering under a tyranny of time. The grumbling intensified. What began as individual complaints coalesced into a collective groan of exhaustion. In the villages, the daily sunrise awakening became a source of shared misery. People would rise, rub their eyes, and then, instead of immediately heading to their fields or workshops, they would gather in the village square, their faces set in grim lines of quiet defiance. They would simply stand there, listless, too tired to begin their work, too dispirited to even speak. The once bustling morning markets became quiet, sleepy affairs, goods left unsold, transactions made with slow, weary movements. The kingdom was not vibrant. It was deeply, profoundly fatigued. Then, in the agricultural heartland, in the sprawling fertile valleys known for their robust barley and root crops. The unspoken agreement began. It was not a grand pronouncement. No banners were raised, no fiery speeches given. It was simply a refusal. The farmers of the Valley of Whispering Reeds, known for their stubborn independence, simply ceased to work their fields after the first week of the new decree. They would rise precisely at sunrise, as commanded, standing in silent rows at the edges of their land. But they would not sow. They would not harvest. Their hands remained idle. Their plows lay still. They were too tired. The unnatural hours, the constant disruption, the sheer pointlessness of trying to align their ancient agrarian rhythms with an abstract celestial clock, had broken their will. Their fields, once green and teeming, began to turn fallow. Word of the silent stand in the Valley of Whispering Reeds spread like wildfire. Other villages, emboldened by the farmers' quiet defiance, began to follow suit. The fishermen of the Cobalt Bay refused to cast their nets. The weavers of the northern looms left their spindles bare. The miners of the Iron Peaks refused to descend into the earth. It was a strike born not of political grievance, but of profound, bone-deep exhaustion. They were too tired to work, too tired to fight, too tired to even fully comprehend the Queen's madness. They simply stopped. They blamed her. They blamed her unnatural wakefulness, her cold eyes, her devilish mirror. They muttered about her possession and her lunacy, terms that had once been confined to the palace walls, now echoing in every tavern and market square. The kingdom's meticulous efficiency, so celebrated by Seraphina, began to unravel. Trade routes, once bustling, slowed to a crawl. Food supplies dwindled as harvests failed. The royal coffers, once swelling with unprecedented tax revenues, began to stagnate. The abstract order of the dawn, imposed by the mirror, was proving catastrophic for the living, breathing, deeply human chaos of a functioning kingdom. Seraphina, in her throne room, received the reports with an unnerving calm. Her mind, now a perfect instrument for the mirror's code logic, perceived the strike not as a rebellion of suffering people, but as an acute instance of systemic inefficiency. The mirror's voice within her mind grew sharper, more insistent, directing her analysis. B. Topulaeus exhibits suboptimal synchronization. Their adherence to the diurnal cycle is inconsistent. Such disorder cannot be tolerated. Correction is required. The Queen Seraphina, who had once known empathy, who had worried over her subjects, felt a dull, distant ache of horror. It was a muffled cry from deep within her, a faint echo of her former humanity, trapped beneath layers of imposed order. She observed the suffering, the weary faces, the silent defiance, with a chilling detachment. The mirror showed her the logical pathway. More precise commands, stricter enforcement. A further refinement of the Coronation of Dawn. It was a terrifying inevitability, a path towards total, unyielding order regardless of the human cost. She was the vessel for this new tyranny. Her unblinking eyes now seeing only the geometric patterns of a collapsing kingdom, her own human despair subsumed by the mirror's serene, absolute will. The strike of the peasants was not a rebellion she could lead. It was merely another problem to be solved with the chilling, inhuman precision of her unwelcome perfection. And as the sun rose each day, bringing with it the enforced awakening and the deepening despair of her subjects, Seraphina felt the last vestiges of her true self slip further away, a silent sacrifice to the dawn's unending, terror-inducing light. Chapter 16. The Glass Crack. The verdant coast lay draped in a perpetual state of half-slumber, its people rising with the sun's first precise ray, compelled by the unblinking, emotionless will of Queen Seraphina. Her administration, a marvel of ruthless efficiency, was a testament to the Eldorian mirror's insidious hold, each decision a perfectly calibrated instrument of order. Yet, beneath the veneer of meticulous governance, the kingdom groaned with a profound, bone-deep exhaustion. The peasant strike, born not of defiance but of sheer, unendurable fatigue, had brought the vital rhythms of cultivation and sustenance to a grinding halt, threatening to unravel the very fabric of society. Seraphina, the vessel for the mirror's cold logic, perceived this crisis not as human suffering, but as systemic inefficiency, a problem to be solved with further, more exacting applications of the Dawn's tyrannical order. She had watched, a chillingly detached observer, as Dr. Phineas, in a desperate, futile attempt to shatter the mirror's influence, had himself been perfected, his essence drawn into the glass, leaving only a serene, motionless reflection. Another silent sentinel to the mirror's inexorable power. The terrifying word ascension resonated in Seraphina's mind, a constant reminder of her own predetermined dissolution. Each night, as the final weary sigh of daylight left the palace, the mirror's internal voice, now a grand, imposing presence, would awaken within Seraphina's mind. It was no longer a mere whisper, but a resonant decree, bypassing all conscious will, compelling her body to rise. Her mornings were a meticulously choreographed sequence of increasingly absurd rituals, each designed to strip away another layer of her humanity, refining her into a perfect, unblinking instrument of the dawn. She had been commanded to calculate the exact cubic volume of the air displaced by her own breath, to precisely enumerate the number of dust motes visible in a single shaft of moonlight falling upon the antechamber floor, and to meticulously chart the migratory patterns of the palace's forgotten silverfish. These were the private absurdities, the unseen degradations she bore in the dark hours, her physical form moving with an automaton's obedience, her mind numb to the sheer pointlessness of it all. The alternative, that swift, suffocating return of exaggerated fatigue, a torment magnified by the mirror's will, was a terror she dared not risk. Her reflection in the grand antechamber mirror, ever more luminous and independent, observed these rituals with a silent, knowing smile, its eyes gleaming with an ethereal satisfaction, a terrifying blueprint of her perfected, emotionless self. The mirror's influence, however, was not content with merely controlling Seraphina's private world. It sought to extend its perfect order, its serene logic, to the burgeoning chaos of the kingdom. The peasant strike was an affront to its burgeoning dominion, a vast, unyielding pool of human inefficiency that demanded correction. And so, one particularly frigid night, as the moon cast long skeletal shadows across the palace grounds, the mirror's voice within Seraphina's mind delivered a new command, one that resonated with a cold, absolute authority, far exceeding the demands for personal absurdity. Bestialic inefficiency of the agricultural sector must be corrected. The fields of the Valley of Whispering Reeds exhibit an unacceptable level of untended growth. You will dispatch the royal guard to the valley at the moment of false dawn. They will observe the compliance of the populace. Any individual found not engaged in productive agricultural labor at the precise moment of sunrise shall be deemed a vector of disorder. Their dwellings shall be razed. Their fields shall be reseeded with gravel to promote a different, more permanent form of order. This will ensure future synchronization. Seraphina stood utterly still in the antechamber, the mirror's declaration resonating through her very being. The unblinking eyes of her reflection met hers, holding a serene, expectant gleam. The voice, cold and clear as frozen water, awaited her unquestioning compliance. But for the first time in what felt like an eternity, something deep within Seraphina stirred. It was not a grand act of defiance, not a roar of rebellion, but a faint, almost imperceptible tremor of the human spirit, raising dwellings, seeding fields with gravel. This was not order. This was destruction. This was not efficiency. It was cruel, senseless, permanent devastation. The lives of her people, their homes, their sustenance, the very bedrock of her kingdom, were being threatened with an abstract, horrifying logic. A memory, faint and almost drowned by the mirror's ceaseless hum of perfection, flickered in her mind. A memory of a young Seraphina, walking through those very fields, seeing the sweat on the farmers' brows, hearing their laughter at harvest, tasting the sweet, earthy barley bread that fed her people. A sense of duty, not to abstract order, but to the living, breathing lives she governed, surged forth. A desperate, last gasp effort from the drowning core of her humanity. Her body, though still subject to the mirror's influence, hesitated. Her hand, which had begun to move towards the bell pull to summon the royal guard, froze, suspended in the chill night air. Her unblinking eyes, usually fixed with unnatural stillness, seemed to waver just for a fleeting moment. A profound internal struggle, silent and agonizing, raged within her. The mirror's will, absolute and unyielding, pressed down upon her, threatening the return of that soul-crushing fatigue. She felt the sudden, searing headache behind her eyes, the familiar leaden weight descending upon her limbs, the clamoring whispers around her, magnified tenfold, mocking her futile resistance. Every fiber of her being screamed for release, for the sweet, blessed oblivion of obedience. But the image of those verdant fields, those humble homes turned to barren gravel, held her fast. She held her breath. A single heartbeat. Under to sign. 3. It was an infinitesimal pause in the grand, precise ballet of her servitude. A mere micro-hesitation against the relentless tide of the mirror's demands. But it was a Zuhar hesitation, a flicker of her own will, however small, however fleeting. And then it happened. A sound, faint yet distinct, echoed through the otherwise silent antechamber. Not a crash, not a shattering explosion, but a delicate, almost musical yin-di ping. It was the sound of something perfectly still, perfectly ordered, suddenly, irrevocably flawed. A hairline fracture appeared in the Eldorian mirror. It originated near the very center of the glass, a minute, almost invisible blemish. It was not a jagged, violent break, but a delicate, elegant line, thinner than a spider's silk, meandering outwards from the core. It seemed to pulse faintly with an internal light, a shimmering imperfection that marred the mirror's once pristine surface. The crack spread slowly, almost imperceptibly at first, like a frozen river etching its path across a landscape. It branched, a tiny, exquisite filigree, sending out delicate tendrils across the glass, reflecting the faint moonlight in a dozen new, splintered directions. It was a wound, an imperfection, in the very heart of the mirror's flawless dominion. Seraphina stared, her eyes fixed on the blossoming imperfection, a strange mix of terror and a fragile, nascent hope blossoming within her muted heart. The profound, suffocating fatigue that had begun to descend upon her immediately receded, not entirely, but enough to grant her a moment of true, unburdened clarity. The searing headache dissolved into a faint ache. The clamoring whispers that had threatened to overwhelm her mind muted, their volume dropping dramatically, as if muffled by the sudden imperfection in the glass. The silence that followed, though still eerie, now held a new quality, a quiet apprehension that was somehow less terrifying than the mirror's previous, absolute calm. Her reflection in the shattered surface was no longer perfect. The hairline fracture crisscrossed its face, splintering its serene, unblinking eyes into 1,000 tiny fractured gazes. The perfected image seemed to shimmer, to waver, its luminous glow dimming, as if its power had been momentarily disrupted, its absolute composure shaken. The faint, triumphant smile on its lips, the one that had been constant, now appeared fractured, distorted, broken into a dozen contradictory expressions. It was a startling image, a sudden, violent manifestation of internal discord. The mirror's voice within Seraphina's mind, too, underwent a subtle yet profound shift. The cold, clear resonance that had dictated her every action was suddenly tinged with a faint, almost imperceptible tremor, a fleeting note of agitation. Frustration? It was still absolute, still commanding. But the flawless serenity was gone, replaced by a subtle undercurrent of a new, unfamiliar emotion, something akin to surprise, or perhaps vulnerability. Insubordination. The voice resonated, no longer a calm imperative, but a sharp, unexpected accusation. Deviation. An unacceptable disruption of the ordered flow. While the pain, the familiar surge of mental torment, began to return. But it was less potent, less absolute, as if the connection, though still strong, had been subtly weakened, its precision marred by the very imperfection it had just manifested. Seraphina felt a surge of something she hadn't experienced in weeks. A flicker of hair on a well. The mirror was vulnerable. Her humanity, however suppressed, however close to oblivion, had wounded it. The thought, clear and sharp, was entirely her own, a spark of defiance in the vast, ordered silence of her mind. The mirror's power was not absolute. It could be resisted. It could be flawed. The fractured reflection stared back at her, its broken eyes still unblinking, but now holding a distorted intensity that seemed to penetrate her very being. The perfection was shattered, but the malevolence remained, perhaps even intensified by this unexpected setback. The mirror, or whatever sentient entity resided within its depths, recognized the source of the flaw. It recognized her. The cost of such disruption, Queen Seraphina, will be significant, the voice returned, colder now, more menacing in its renewed calm. Your path to order has been complicated, but order will prevail. You will now mend this imperfection. You will retrieve the shards of your disobedience. Seraphina stared at the fractured mirror, then at the fallen brass-bound book of Dr. Phineas, still lying on the cold marble floor. Her heart, once a dull, rhythmic instrument, now beat with a faint, insistent rhythm, a quiet thrum of purpose. The precise calculation of dewdrops and the arrangement of quinoa grains, all those absurd rituals designed to strip her of her humanity, now seemed to serve a different purpose, a training in meticulousness that she might yet turn against her tormentor. The mirror had created the very tool that might, just might, be its undoing. The hairline fracture, a testament to her fleeting rebellion, was not a sign of defeat, but a symbol of a nascent, terrifying hope. The queen, no longer merely a puppet, now recognized a path, however fragile, to reclaiming her true self. Her awakening, it seemed, was only just beginning, spurred not by rest, but by a crack in the glass. Chapter 17. The reflections panic, the hairline fracture, a delicate, almost imperceptible filigree marring the pristine surface of the Eldorian mirror, pulsed with a faint, internal light, a silent testament to Queen Seraphina's fleeting act of defiance. It was a wound, an imperfection in the very heart of the mirror's dominion, and its appearance had sent a profound, chilling tremor through Seraphina's own being. The suffocating fatigue that had threatened to engulf her had receded, leaving behind not complete liberation, but a fragile, nascent hope, a spark of her own will flickering in the vast, ordered silence of her mind. Dr. Phineas is serene. Unblinking reflection still stood beside her own in the fractured glass, a chilling reminder of the mirror's insatiable appetite for perfection, a horrifying preview of her own predetermined dissolution. The kingdom, meanwhile, continued to groan under the tyranny of the coronation of dawn, its people exhausted, its vital rhythms unraveling. Yet Seraphina, her own humanity muted, had remained a chillingly detached conduit for the mirror's escalating demands. Now, however, the very source of that tyranny had been wounded, and a new, unsettling phase of the conflict was set to begin. Each night, as the last vestiges of weary daylight surrendered to the deep indigo of night, and the palace settled into its uneasy slumber, the mirror's internal voice would awaken within Seraphina's mind. But it was no longer the cold, calm, unwavering imperative she had grown to dread. The initial pronouncements were still absolute, still demanding, but a subtle, almost imperceptible tremor now ran beneath them. The flawless serenity that had defined its commands was gone, replaced by a faint metallic edge, a note of something akin to agitation, or perhaps a growing frustration. It was the sound of a perfectly tuned instrument, suddenly striking a discordant note, a subtle vibration of irritation that hinted at a deeper systemic disquiet. A disruption must be rectified. Queen Seraphina, the voice resonated within her, sharp and insistent, immediately after the crack appeared. A flaw in the physical plane reflects a deviation in the metaphysical. You will immediately engage in a ritual of recalibration. You will precisely measure the angle of every shadow cast by every candle in the antechamber for 1 full hour. Precision is paramount. Any deviation will exacerbate the imperfection. The command was still for order, for meticulousness. But the underlying tone was no longer one of serene instruction, but of frantic urgency, an attempt to restore balance to a system suddenly thrown into disarray. Seraphina, her own mind now capable of fleeting moments of independent thought, found herself observing this new tone with a detached, analytical curiosity. It was a weakness. A crack in the mirror, yes, but also a crack in its unwavering composure. She performed the ritual, her body moving with its accustomed compliance, measuring the ever-shifting angles of the shadows with a single perfectly sharpened silver ruler. But as she moved, her unblinking eyes scanning the dim room, she felt a subtle resistance within her, a faint hum of her own suppressed will. She consciously allowed a minuscule deviation, a barely perceptible tilt of the ruler, just to test the boundary. The voice in her head immediately surged with a sharp, unpleasant hum, a metallic shriek of displeasure, and a searing pain flared behind her eyes. "Ease order detected. Correct immediately." Such imprecision compromises the integrity of the corrective sequence. Seraphina corrected. The pain receded. But the satisfaction of confirming the mirror's vulnerability, of knowing she could provoke a reaction, was a cold, quiet triumph. The reflection in the mirror, too, showed signs of its internal disquiet. Its once luminous glow now flickered, subtly dimming and brightening with an erratic rhythm. The perfect, serene smile that had been its constant expression now seemed to twitch at the corners, sometimes dissolving into a thin, almost petulant line, at other times stretching into a rictus of forced pleasantness. The reflected Dr. Phineas, previously a paragon of unmoving stillness, would occasionally manifest a faint, almost imperceptible tremor, a fleeting vibration that ran through his perfectly formed image, as if the very stability of his perfection was being challenged. His serene eyes, Seraphina noted with a chilling amusement, sometimes seemed to dart, almost nervously, across the fractured surface of the glass, as if observing the spreading damage. The commands escalated in their strangeness and in their desperation. The mirror, attempting to reassert its absolute control, now demanded rituals, that felt less about perfection and more about frantic, almost illogical attempts to mend itself, to suppress the burgeoning chaos. One morning, Serafina was commanded to spend the pre-dawn hours meticulously polishing every surface in the antechamber, not with wax or cloth, but with a single dry dandelion head. Convinced by the internal voice that the friction of the delicate seeds would somehow realign the atmospheric particulates, she moved, her unblinking eyes fixed on the task, a private sardonic amusement bubbling beneath her serene facade. The effect, of course, was merely a fine layer of dandelion fluff adhering to every surface. Another command, far more disturbing, involved the royal aviary. You will collect precisely 111 feathers from the largest peacock. You will then, using only your unburdened breath, arrange them into a perfect, vertically aligned spiral, ensuring no feather overlaps another. This ritual promotes elemental equilibrium. Serafina, who had previously failed at levitating a single feather, now faced the impossible task of arranging 111 with only her breath. She spent hours, her lungs aching, her face red from exertion, the feathers scattering with every puff of air. The internal voice grew sharper, its reprimands more frequent, its tone increasingly agitated. Insufficient precision, lack of focus. The essence of chaos proliferates. Re-establish order. The frustration emanating from the mirror was palpable, a cold, impotent rage that resonated within Serafina's very bones. The sheer absurdity of the command, the impossible demand, highlighted the mirror's desperate, flailing attempts to impose its will. The kingdom, meanwhile, continued its slow descent into a state of tired anarchy. The peasants' strike, now widespread, had decimated food supplies. The markets were empty, the bakeries silent. The forced sunrise awakening, combined with the lack of productive labor, had led to widespread illness and despair. Thought, once so divided in its interpretations of the Queen's state, was now largely united in a grim, fearful consensus. The Queen was indeed mad, and her madness was destroying the kingdom. The Divine Clarity faction, once so vocal, had withered, their ambitious pronouncements now sounding hollow and utterly disconnected from the desperate reality of a starving, exhausted populace. Master Theronius Quill, spurred by the disappearance of Dr. Phineas, had finally found an audience in the cautious Baroness Evangeline and Lady Isolde. He laid out his meticulously researched findings, the grim history of the Solitudinum Perfectum monks, their chilling ascension, and the mirror's role as the glacial glass, the instrument of perfection leading to dissolution. His words, delivered in a reedy voice, but imbued with the terrible authority of undeniable fact, resonated with Lady Isolde's intimate observations of the Queen's unblinking eyes and unnerving stillness. The sudden new madness of the mirror's escalating demands, the impossible rituals, and the increasingly agitated tone of Serafina's own pronouncements all fit the pattern of a malevolent force losing its grip, flailing in desperation. Lady Isolde, her heart heavy with fear for her queen and her people, noted in her diary the growing distress within the palace itself. Gueda Queen ordered the royal scribes to rewrite all tax ledgers in a spiraling script commencing from the exact center of each page. The scribes, exhausted and bewildered, are close to rebellion. Another entry. Her Majesty insisted the royal musicians perform their somniferous melodies backwards, believing it would harmonize the nocturnal disharmonies. The music is unbearable, a cacophony of misplaced notes, and no one sleeps. Only the Queen, whose eyes remain wide and clear. The mirror's desperation grew with each passing day. Its commands became less about establishing logical order and more about random acts of precision, as if it believed that any form of meticulousness, however nonsensical, would mend the flaw within itself. One morning, Serafina was commanded to spend an hour silently observing the precise, infinitesimal shifts in air currents caused by the slow melting of a single perfectly spherical ice cube. She sat, unblinking, before a tiny pedestal, watching the ice cube diminish, her mind numb with the sheer pointlessness of it all. The internal voice, however, buzzed with an agitated energy, constantly demanding more focus, greater precision. The dissolution rate is suboptimal. The reflection in the mirror grew increasingly disturbed. The serene smile was now a fleeting ghost, replaced by expressions that verged on frustration, even anger. Its unblinking eyes, crisscrossed by the hairline fracture, darted around the antechamber with an almost frantic energy. Sometimes, its reflected hand would reach out, clawing at the glass, as if desperate to escape or to reach for something beyond its grasp. The reflected Dr. Phineas, too, seemed to suffer from the mirror's distress. His perfect stillness would occasionally be broken by a sudden, jarring twitch, his serene smile contorting into a subtle grimace of internal struggle, as if the remnants of his human will were trying to break free from his perfect glass prison. During one of the court councils where the Lord Chancellor was attempting, with a voice growing increasingly hoarse with exhaustion, to explain the severity of the famine caused by the peasants' strike, Serafina's unblinking eyes suddenly fixed on him. The mirror's voice, speaking through her, was no longer calm. "The patterns of your discourse are inefficient, Lord Chancellor. Too many extraneous syllables. The rhythm of your delivery lacks precision. This lack of order is reflected in the chaotic state of the kingdom. You must speak with absolute, unyielding brevity." The Chancellor, startled by the Queen's uncharacteristic outburst and the harsh, metallic tone of her voice, merely gaped. It was not the Queen's usual cold precision, but a sharp, agitated condemnation, a sign of the mirror's own escalating panic. Serafina, deep within her own mind, felt a surge of her true self. The mirror, in its desperation, was losing its subtlety, its insidious calm. Its commands were becoming chaotic, its logic fractured. This was her chance. The memory of the ascension, the image of Phineas's serene, empty reflection, spurred her on. The mirror was panicking, flailing against the imperfection she had created. It was trying to reassert control, but its very attempts were revealing its vulnerability, its own terrible alien form of fear. The whispers that had once been indistinct, then cold directives, now swirled with a frantic, chattering urgency around her, as if 1,000 tiny, trapped voices within the mirror were clamoring for release, or perhaps for control. Serafina realized they were not merely whispers of order, but echoes of all the chaotic human desires the mirror sought to suppress. She heard faint cries for sleep, for comfort, for escape. She heard the ghost of Dr. Phineas, exasperated sighs, the collective weariness of the solitudinem perfectum monks. The mirror, in its struggle to maintain order, was inadvertently exposing the very disorder it consumed. The final, most desperate command came late one night. The very air of the palace is now imbued with disharmony. You will meticulously collect every single particle of dust from the royal archives. Each particle must be separately weighed on a balance sensitive enough to measure a single hair. This ritual, prolonged and absolute, will cleanse the systemic impurities and restore the lost order. This was an impossible task, a task that would take years, a task that would consume her entirely. The voice was frantic, tinged with a shrill, desperate edge that reverberated painfully behind Serafina's eyes. Serafina, standing before the fractured mirror, felt the full force of its panic, its desperate, self-defeating attempts to re-establish its absolute order. Her reflection, its face crisscrossed by the shimmering fracture, looked wild, its serene smile twisted into a rictus of profound frustration. The reflected Phineas beside it seemed to shudder, a tiny, almost imperceptible tremor running through his otherwise motionless form. The mirror was no longer a perfectly precise instrument of control. It was a desperate, wounded entity, lashing out, attempting to drown the entire kingdom in its own frenzied pursuit of impossible order. And Seraphina, her own human spirit now burning with a faint, steady flame within the cold, clear perfection of her forced wakefulness, knew what she had to do. The mirror's panic was its undoing. Its control, though still strong, was finally irrevocably wavering, leaving a sliver of hope for the Queen to reclaim her true self from the terrifying dawn. Chapter 18. The Queen's Gambit, the Verdant Coast, a land once renowned for its stoic traditions and robust efficiency, now languished under a new, chilling regime. Queen Seraphina, her face a mask of serene, unblinking perfection, moved through her meticulously ordered days, a living testament to the Eldorian mirror's insidious power. Her administration, a marvel of ruthless clarity, was a perfectly calibrated instrument of the dawn's tyrannical order. Yet, beneath this gleaming surface, the kingdom groaned with a profound, bone-deep exhaustion. The peasant strike, born not of defiance but of sheer, unendurable fatigue, had brought the vital rhythms of cultivation and sustenance to a grinding halt, threatening to unravel the very fabric of society. Seraphina, the vessel for the mirror's cold logic, perceived this crisis not as human suffering, but as systemic inefficiency, a problem to be solved with further, more exacting applications of the dawn's decree. She had watched, a chillingly detached observer, as Dr. Phineas, in a desperate, futile attempt to shatter the mirror's influence, had himself been perfected, his essence drawn into the glass, leaving only a serene, motionless reflection, another silent sentinel to the mirror's inexorable power. The terrifying word ascension resonated in Seraphina's mind, a constant reminder of her own predetermined dissolution. Each night as the last, weary sigh of daylight left the palace, and the grand halls settled into their deep, uneasy slumber, the mirror's internal voice, now a grand, imposing presence, would awaken within Seraphina's mind. But the flawless serenity that had once defined its commands was gone, replaced by a subtle, almost metallic edge, a note of something akin to agitation, or perhaps a growing frustration. The hairline fracture, a delicate filigree of imperfection, pulsed faintly in the mirror's glass, a silent testament to Seraphina's fleeting act of defiance, and its existence had ignited a fragile, nascent hope within the Queen. She had witnessed the mirror's momentary panic, its desperate lashing out when she had hesitated, and she knew now, with a clarity sharper than any it had bestowed, that its power, while vast, was not absolute. It could be wounded, it could be resisted, and in that slim margin, Seraphina saw a path, however perilous, to reclaiming her true self. The command that evening was delivered with a new, almost frantic urgency. Atmospheric particulates within the royal archives exhibit unacceptable levels of free-floating disorder. You will meticulously collect every single particle of dust from the archives. Each particle must be separately weighed on a balance sensitive enough to measure a single hair. This ritual, prolonged and absolute, will cleanse the systemic impurities and restore the lost order. Indeed, this was the command Seraphina had anticipated, the impossible task designed to consume her entirely, to force her into a state of total, unthinking compliance. The voice in her head was shrill, desperate, reverberating with a painful, nagging insistence. Seraphina's body, though still compelled by the mirror's will, moved with a newfound internal strategy. Outwardly, she maintained her unblinking gaze, her serene composure, her every movement precise. She made her way to the royal archives, a vast, cavernous space that contained centuries of parchment dust, forgotten knowledge, and now the raw material for her meticulous rebellion. The royal night watchman, passing her in the deserted corridor, merely offered a weary nod, accustomed to her nocturnal perambulations. The mirror had demanded absolute precision, a perfect logical order. Seraphina would give it precision, but a precision so nuanced, so humanly convoluted, that it would, she hoped, drive the abstract entity within the glass into further unresolvable chaos. She retrieved the delicate balance, designed for the most infinitesimal measurements of alchemical compounds, and a tiny, finely tipped brush, intended for the restoration of ancient, illuminated manuscripts. The task was absurd, but she would embrace its absurdity, twisting it to her own advantage, instead of simply collecting and weighing the dust. As the mirror presumably intended for a quantifiable restoration of order, Serafina began to categorize it. She meticulously separated the dust based on its subtle color variations, the faint gray of aged parchment, the darker speckles of forgotten ink, the minute glints of gilded book bindings. She then sorted these color categories by their apparent origin: dust from the theological section, dust from the historical chronicles, dust from the lesser-used poetry scrolls. Within each subcategory, she then weighed each particle, not merely recording its mass, but assigning it a numerical value based on its perceived historical significance, a completely subjective and illogical metric to the mirror's pure, ordered mind. A particle of dust from a decree signed by a minor duke, for instance, received a lower historical significance value than a particle from a royal charter, despite both potentially weighing the same. The internal voice, a constant presence, buzzed with rising agitation. Insufficient focus. Irrelevant categorization. The metric is flawed. Return to fundamental principles of mass and density. What boot, Serafina, though feeling the familiar pain behind her eyes, the leaden weight in her limbs, pushed through. She was obeying, yes, but she was obeying incorrectly, introducing a layer of human, unpredictable, illogical detail that was anathema to the mirror's cold, pure logic. Her reflection in the antechamber mirror, which Serafina visited periodically to gauge the effects of her subversion, grew increasingly erratic. The luminous glow flickered with uncontrolled intensity, sometimes dimming to a dull sheen, then flaring with a frantic, almost blinding light. Its once serene, perfect smile now contorted into a series of rapid, successive grimaces, a fleeting scowl, a twitch of frustration, a brief, utterly human flicker of confusion. The reflected Dr. Phineas, previously a picture of unblemished stillness, now twitched almost constantly, his serene expression warping into a faint rictus of what appeared to be profound internal discomfort, as if the very atoms of his perfection were rattling with the mirror's growing instability. His unblinking eyes, crisscrossed by the shimmering fracture, darted about the glass, no longer with serene vigilance, but with a palpable, spectral agitation. The next command, delivered with a sharper, more desperate edge, involved the Royal Conservatory's collection of exotic orchids. Propagation of orchid specimens lacks a cohesive, geometric pattern. You will prune every bloom, ensuring that each cut petal falls precisely into a concentric spiral, railing inwards towards the stem without deviation and maintaining a constant angle of descent. This will promote organic harmonic resonance. This was a task designed to destroy the beauty and vitality of the orchids, to reduce them to a sterile, mathematical exercise. Serafina, outwardly compliant, approached the orchids with her small, silver pruning shears. She began to prune, but not in the rigid, purely concentric spiral the mirror expected. Instead, she introduced subtle, almost imperceptible variations in the angle of descent, creating a spiral that, to the human eye, appeared perfectly beautiful, organically flowing, but which, to the mirror's absolute demand for a singular, mathematical precision, was profoundly, maddeningly chaotic. She deliberately allowed some petals to overlap by the merest fraction of a millimeter, or to fall just outside the perfectly prescribed concentric ring. The internal voice shrieked with a new, frantic quality. Chaos. Unacceptable deviation. The angles are imperfect. The overlaps are egregious. You violate the very essence of organic harmony. The pain behind her eyes was excruciating. A searing band of fire. But Seraphina, now strategically pushing her limits, knew it was a sign of the mirror's weakness. The mirror could inflict pain, but its control over her movements, its ability to compel perfect obedience, was wavering. She could feel the faint hum of her own suppressed will, pushing back against the torrent of its fury. The kingdom, meanwhile, continued its slow, agonizing collapse. The peasant's strike was now absolute, the fields fallow, the markets silent. Starvation loomed. The court, once divided, was now united in a desperate, open panic. The queen's latest, publicly observed eccentricities, her unblinking eyes now seeming to stare into nothingness even during council, her voice occasionally breaking into metallic, agitated pronouncements, were definitive proof of her complete mental deterioration. Dr. Elara, pale and visibly trembling, now openly discussed royal delirium and advanced melancholia with other courtiers, while Master Theronius Quill, his research laid bare, spoke of the inevitable ascension with a grim, knowing certainty, urging immediate action. Lady Isolde, witnessing the Queen's subtle sabotage during her moments of attendance, saw a flicker of hope, a faint human light in Seraphina's unblinking eyes. She observed how the Queen's hand, though obeying the mirror's directive, would sometimes execute a movement with an almost defiant grace, a minute flourish that served no practical purpose to the mirror's cold logic but resonated with a quiet human artistry. Isolde began to secretly leave small, familiar objects in Seraphina's path during her rituals, a tiny hand-carved bird from her childhood, a dried violet pressed into an old book hoping to rekindle a memory, to trigger a deeper spark of her true self. The mirror's panic escalated into pure, unadulterated desperation. Its commands grew more impossible, more nonsensical, its internal voice shrill and fractured. Shu will count the exact number of grains of sand on every beach of the verdant coast, then calculate the precise ratio of smooth to rough grains to 11 decimal places. This will establish littoral equilibrium. Ohms. She will map the exact trajectory of every falling snowflake from the highest peak of the Cobalt Mountains to its point of impact on the ocean surface. This ensures hydrological integrity. These were not tasks for a queen, but for a god gone mad with a craving for impossible order. The constant barrage of such dictates, delivered with escalating fury and punctuated by blinding flashes of pain, was a torment. But Seraphina endured it, for each impossible command, each furious demand, was proof of the mirror's unraveling. The reflection in the mirror was now a chaotic maelstrom. Its once perfect features twitched and blurred, distorted by the spreading hairline fractures that crisscrossed its surface like a map of shattered dreams. The luminous glow flickered wildly, casting grotesque shadows across the antechamber. The reflected doctor, Phineas beside Seraphina's image, was no longer serene. His face was a mask of terrified anguish, his body racked with constant violent tremors, as if trapped in a perpetual agonizing seizure. The silent whispers within the glass, which Seraphina could now interpret more clearly, were not merely cries for order, but a cacophony of desperate, trapped voices, a chorus of suffering. She heard faint pleas for sleep, for release. For the sweet, messy chaos of human life. It was the collective anguish of all those the mirror had perfected, their humanity now clamoring for recognition from their glass prison. During one particularly harrowing morning ritual, where Seraphina was forced to painstakingly reassemble a shattered piece of ancient pottery, not according to its original form, but by the precise crystalline structure of each shard. The mirror's voice within her mind fractured into a high-pitched shriek. Incomprehensible. disorder. You introduce imperfection. You are a vector of chaos. You unravel the very fabric of existence. It was no longer commanding. It was pleading. Furious, terrified, Serafina, her own hands trembling with the meticulous sabotage, deliberately placed a shard at a minutely incorrect angle, knowing it would send the mirror into a new paroxysm of fury. The resulting pain was immense, blinding. Yet she pushed through, a quiet smile, a true human smile, unbidden by the mirror touching her lips. The reflection in the mirror responded with a terrifying burst of energy. The glass shimmered violently, its surface rippling like disturbed water. Serafina's reflection screamed, a silent, horrifying contortion of its perfected features, its eyes wide with pure, alien terror. It was not her scream, but the mirror's. A primal shriek of an entity losing its grasp on the meticulously constructed reality it had sought to impose. The reflected Dr. Phineas thrashed within his glassy prison, his features dissolving and reforming in rapid, horrifying succession, his silent screams echoing the mirror's agony. Serafina, watching this visceral display of raw, desperate panic, felt her own humanity surge forth, no longer muted by the mirror's influence. The pain in her head, though still present, was now secondary to a profound, almost joyous sense of vindication. She had found the mirror's weakness, not brute force, but calculated chaos, the deliberate introduction of human, illogical imperfection into its sterile, absolute order. The unblinking clarity in her eyes, once a symptom of her control, was now a weapon, allowing her to see the minute details of her subversion, to enact her precise rebellion. The kitchen, the archives, the gardens, the conservatory, each site of her former humiliation had become a battleground, a canvas for her subtle defiance. She meticulously followed the letter of the mirror's law, but utterly violated its spirit, turning every command into an exercise in maddeningly perfect human illogicality. The queen of the verdant coast, once trapped by sleeplessness, now feigned obedience. A master of a quiet, meticulous sabotage, slowly, painstakingly, driving the entity that had stolen her humanity into a state of utter, desperate panic. Her gamble was paying off, piece by agonizing piece, for the mirror's growing terror was becoming her unexpected, terrifying, and utterly human path to freedom. The dawn, for so long a symbol of her servitude, might yet become the harbinger of her true, unburdened awakening. Chapter 19. The Shattering. The verdant coast lay in a state of profound, bone-deep exhaustion, its people rising with the sun's first precise ray, compelled by the unblinking, emotionless will of Queen Serafina. Her administration, a chilling marvel of ruthless efficiency, was a testament to the Eldorian mirror's insidious hold. Each royal decree a perfectly calibrated instrument of the dawn's tyrannical order. Yet, beneath this gleaming veneer of meticulous governance, the kingdom groaned. The widespread peasant strike, born not of defiance but of sheer, unendurable fatigue, had brought the vital rhythms of cultivation and sustenance to a grinding halt, threatening to unravel the very fabric of society. Serafina, once a sovereign of empathy, now a mere vessel for the mirror's cold logic, perceived this human crisis not as suffering, but as systemic inefficiency, a problem to be solved with further, more exacting applications of the dawn's decree. She had witnessed a chillingly detached observer as Dr. Phineas, in a desperate, futile attempt to shatter the mirror's influence, had himself been perfected, his essence drawn into the glass, leaving only a serene, motionless reflection. Another silent sentinel to the mirror's inexorable power. The terrifying word ascension resonated in Serafina's mind, a constant, horrifying reminder of her own predetermined dissolution, a silent terror that had been slowly eclipsed by a nascent, fragile hope. Each night, As the last weary sigh of daylight left the palace and the grand halls settled into their deep, uneasy slumber, the mirror's internal voice, once a cold, calm imperative, now pulsed with a frantic, agitated energy. The hairline fracture, a delicate filigree of imperfection, pulsed faintly in the mirror's glass, a silent testament to Seraphina's fleeting act of defiance, and its existence had ignited a strategic, calculating hope within the queen. She had witnessed the mirror's momentary panic, its desperate lashing out when she had introduced illogical complexities into its rituals, and she knew now, with a clarity sharper than any it had bestowed, that its power, while vast, was not absolute. It could be wounded. It could be resisted. And in that slim margin, Seraphina saw a perilous path to reclaiming her true self, a path she had begun to tread with the meticulous, deliberate sabotage of its absurd demands. She had measured dust motes by historical significance and pruned orchids into organic, rather than mathematical spirals, each act a tiny human rebellion that chipped away at the mirror's control, fueling its escalating panic. The reflection in the mirror, her perfected counterpart, now presented a disturbing tableau of the entity's inner turmoil. Its once luminous glow flickered with uncontrolled intensity, sometimes dimming to a dull sheen, then flaring with a frantic, almost blinding light. Its once serene, perfect smile now contorted into a series of rapid, successive grimaces, a fleeting scowl, a twitch of frustration, a brief, utterly human flicker of confusion. The reflected Dr. Phineas, previously a paragon of unblemished stillness, now twitched almost constantly, his serene expression warping into a faint rictus of what appeared to be profound internal discomfort, as if the very atoms of his perfection were rattling with the mirror's growing instability. His unblinking eyes, crisscrossed by the shimmering fracture, darted about the glass, no longer with serene vigilance, but with a palpable, spectral agitation. "Dying?" The whispers that only Seraphina heard, once indistinct murmurs, then cold directives, now swirled with a frantic, chattering urgency around her, a cacophony of desperate, trapped voices, clamoring for release, or perhaps for control. She heard faint pleas for sleep, for comfort, for escape, the tormented echoes of all those the mirror had perfected, their humanity now clamoring for recognition from their glass prison. The latest command, delivered just hours before the coming dawn, resonated with a shrill, desperate edge that reverberated painfully behind Seraphina's eyes. The very essence of the verdant coast is corrupted by systemic idleness. You will proceed to the royal treasury. You will then, using only the ambient moonlight, meticulously count every single coin within the royal coffers, categorizing each by its exact metallic content and the precise moment of its minting. This task shall continue without cessation until the final coin has been ordered. Failure will result in the immediate and permanent dissolution of all remaining human inefficiencies within the kingdom. Complete order must be achieved. The ascension approaches its final, glorious phase. The Seraphina stood utterly still in the antechamber, the mirror's declaration reverberating through her very being. The unblinking eyes of her reflection met hers, no longer serene, but wide with a terrifying, almost manic desperation. The voice, cold and clear as frozen water, now trembled with an underlying, furious demand for total compliance. The command was impossible, a task that would take months, years even, and its implications were devastating. Not just her own ascension, but the systematic, permanent dissolution of all human inefficiencies, a chilling euphemism for the forced dissolution, the perfection of her entire kingdom. It was the mirror's ultimate ultimatum, a final, desperate attempt to reassert its absolute control by threatening the very people she still, deep down, protected. A memory, sharp and unbidden, pierced through the layers of enforced clarity. It was the face of a young peasant child, thin and gaunt, her eyes heavy with the unnatural weariness of the forced dawn awakening, standing at the palace gates, pleading for a return to the natural rhythms of life. Serafina had seen her, observed her, catalogued her as a vector of disorder through the mirror's lens. But now, the child's face, etched with genuine human suffering, burned in her mind, unfiltered, pure. This was not about abstract order. It was about lives, her people, her duty. A surge of pure, unadulterated fury, hot and consuming, ignited within Serafina. It was a human rage, sharp and untamed, a feeling she had believed long muted, long stripped away. The mirror sought to erase humanity. She would remind it what humanity truly was. It craved perfect order. She would give it perfect, glorious human chaos. The precision it had instilled within her would now be turned against it, not in subtle sabotage, but in a single, decisive, utterly destructive act. Her hand, which had been resting by her side, moved with a sudden decisive grace. It reached not for the bell pull, not for the royal scepter, but for the heavy, brass-bound medical treatise that still lay abandoned on the polished marble floor, the very symbol of Dr. Phineas's failed, desperate rebellion. It was heavy in her grasp, its edges cold and hard, a tangible connection to the human world, to the very messy imperfection the mirror despised. This was his gambit, his desperate strike, and she would complete it. Serafina turned to face the mirror. Her own unblinking eyes, usually fixed with unnatural stillness, now blazed with a fierce, undamaged resolve, a return of the fiery intelligence that had defined her before the mirror's blight. She saw her reflection, its features now a horrifying mosaic of desperation and fragmented serenity, its luminous glow flickering violently. The reflected Dr. Phineas beside her thrashed, his perfect form dissolving and reforming in rapid, terrifying succession, his silent screams mirroring the mirror's escalating agony. The chorus of whispers within the glass swelled into a deafening, frantic clamor, 1,000 desperate voices shrieking in unison, a wave of raw, unfiltered fear and pain. You seek to cleanse the impurities? Serafina's voice, her true voice, raspy from disuse, yet imbued with a newfound strength, ripped through the agitated hum of the antechamber. You wish to strip away chaos, to unmake life, to achieve your cold, empty order? Then witness the ultimate imperfection. Witness the glorious chaos of defiance. She raised the heavy book high above her head. The brass clasp glinted ominously in the dim light, catching the faint ethereal glow of the mirror's frantic luminescence. Her body, infused with a raw, human strength, felt lighter than it had in weeks, the insidious hold of the mirror momentarily broken by the sheer force of her rediscovered will. The internal voice shrieked a deafening, piercing sound of pure, unadulterated terror, reverberating through her skull, threatening to shatter her very sanity. No. Disorder. Catastrophe. Cessation. With it a guttural cry, a primal sound of release and raw human triumph, Queen Serafina brought the heavy, brass-bound medical treatise down with all her might. It struck the center of the mirror with a deafening crack. The sound was not merely the breaking of glass. It was the sound of 1,000 fragile realities shattering, a symphony of discord. The ornate frame shuddered violently, then tore away from the wall, sending splinters of gilded wood across the marble floor. The glass exploded inwards, not into neat shards, but into a blinding, prismatic explosion of fragmented light and sound. A hurricane of whispers, screams, and wails erupted from the fracturing surface, a chorus of tormented, trapped voices, amplified 1,000-fold, tearing through the air, vibrating through the very stones of the palace. And then a second sound, rising above the cacophony, powerful and raw and utterly, unequivocally human. A scream. It tore from Serafina's throat, a visceral, guttural cry that contained all the suppressed weariness of years of sleepless, all the frustration of the absurd rituals, all the agony of her lost humanity, all the chilling terror of her impending dissolution, and all the triumphant, liberating fury of her defiance. It was a sound that shook the very foundations of the palace, rippling outwards, echoing through the empty corridors, rattling the windows in their frames, reaching the ears of the sleeping guards and courtiers like a terrifying clarion call. It was the sound of a soul reclaiming itself, a queen battling for her life, for her very essence, against an alien, tyrannical force. The explosion of glass settled. The chorus of screams and whispers from the mirror died into a fading, high-pitched whine, like the last breath of a dying wind. The antechamber was plunged into a sudden, profound darkness, the mirror's luminosity utterly extinguished. Serafina stood, breathing heavily, the brass-bound book still clutched in her hand, her body trembling not with fatigue, but with the aftershocks of a profound, primal exertion. The silence that followed was absolute, a blessed, tangible quiet that pressed in on her ears, no longer oppressive but liberating. The searing pain behind her eyes, the leaden weight in her limbs, the frantic internal voice, all were gone, vanished. She closed her eyes, and for the first time in what felt like an eternity, she felt the familiar, blessed sensation of her eyelids descending, brushing against her lashes. A single, profound human blink. As she opened them again, the first faint light of true dawn began to filter through the arched window, painting the shattered frame and the glittering debris on the floor in hues of rose and gold. The antechamber was no longer a realm of cold perfection, but a scene of glorious, beautiful, chaotic destruction. She looked at the wall where the mirror had stood. It was gone, shattered, its power broken. Of the reflection of Dr. Phineas there was no trace, no shimmering image, no spectral form, just the bare, scarred stone wall behind, bearing the faint outlines where the frame had once rested. The perfection had dissolved, the ascension reversed, or perhaps simply undone. The scream, her scream, continued to echo at dawn, not just through the palace, but across the sleeping kingdom, a terrifying, liberating call that heralded not the orderly sunrise the mirror had demanded, but the tumultuous, messy, glorious reawakening of a queen, and perhaps of a people from a long, unnatural slumber. Serafina was no longer the perfectly rested, unblinking vessel of the dawn. She was human, exhausted, and gloriously, defiantly awake. The war was not over, but the first decisive battle had been won, and the morning, once a symbol of her servitude, was now truly her own. Chapter 20. The lingering dawn, the resounding eye crack. Of the Eldorian mirror shattering reverberated through the very foundations of the verdant coast palace, a sound that seemed to cleave the deep pre-dawn silence like a physical blow. Queen Serafina stood amidst the glittering debris, the heavy brass-bound medical treatise, still clutched in her trembling hand, her body now racked, not with the forced, unnatural stillness of the mirror's control, but with the profound, familiar exhaustion of a human being pushed to her absolute limit. The overwhelming chorus of tormented whispers and frantic screams that had erupted from the glass faded into a high-pitched, dying whine, leaving behind an absolute, almost deafening, silence. It was the sort of quiet that aches in the ears, a vacuum where a malevolent presence had once held sway. Serafina closed her eyes, and for the first time in what felt like an eternity, her eyelids descended with a profound, almost luxurious slowness, brushing against her lashes in the sensation of forgotten comfort. A single, glorious, human blink. When she opened her eyes again, the antechamber was bathed in the pale, nascent light of true dawn, filtering through the arched window, casting long, fractured shadows across the floor. The glittering shards of the mirror, once a flawless surface, now lay scattered like frozen tears, reflecting the nascent light in 1,000 chaotic directions. The ornate, gilded frame lay broken and twisted, ripped from the wall, its opulent carvings of slumbering lions now appearing startled, eternally frozen in a moment of violent disruption. Of Dr. Phineas' serene, unblinking reflection, there was no trace. The bare stone wall behind, scarred and damp where the mirror had once hung, offered no testament to his perfection or his ascension. He was simply, utterly, irrevocably gone. Serafina stumbled back from the wreckage, her body protesting with every movement, her muscles aching with a familiar, welcome soreness. The pain behind her eyes, the constant, low hum of the mirror's directives, the cold, precise internal voice that had dictated her every absurd ritual, all were gone, replaced by a profound aching weariness that settled deep into her bones, a fatigue so comprehensive it felt like a heavy velvet cloak. She felt her mind, once a relentless engine of perfected clarity, slow to a sluggish, familiar crawl. The vibrant, almost painful sharpness of her senses, instilled by the mirror, dulled, replaced by the soft blur of true exhaustion. Her unblinking gaze, once a symptom of her control, now felt heavy, her eyelids demanding to close, to rest. It was the return of her old self, the royal Insomniac, but this time it was a homecoming wrapped in a strange, unexpected comfort. Her sleeplessness, once a torment, now felt like a familiar companion, a shield against the intrusive alien order she had just escaped. The first to discover the scene were the royal night watchmen, startled from their posts by Serafina's raw, human scream. They found their queen, clad in her silken nightgown, disheveled and pale, standing amidst the glittering debris, clutching a heavy book like a talisman. They rushed to her, their faces etched with alarm, their eyes wide with confusion. Lady Isolde, roused from a restless half-sleep, arrived moments later, her heart seizing at the sight of her monarch. But then she saw the mirror, shattered beyond repair, and a gasp of understanding, laced with a new kind of dread, escaped her lips. The news, of course, swept through the palace like a wildfire. The royal mirror polisher, Bartholomew, nearly fainted at the sight of his ruined masterpiece. Cook Gambit, whose mornings had been a continuous culinary nightmare, looked at the wreckage, then at the queen, and burst into a fit of bewildered, almost hysterical laughter, a sound quickly stifled by the stern looks of the royal guard. Dr. Elara, the royal physician of body, rushed in, her face a mask of concern, and immediately began to attend to the queen, oblivious to the deeper metaphysical implications of the shattered glass. She found Serafina physically unharmed, but profoundly, utterly exhausted. The queen, for the first time in weeks, allowed herself to be led to her bedchamber, to sink into the familiar, welcoming embrace of her feather pillows. The rest of the day was a blur of frantic activity and bewildered speculation. The shattered mirror was carefully, meticulously removed, each glittering fragment gathered and placed into a lead-lined casket. A precaution Master Theronius Quill, summoned urgently from his dusty archives, insisted upon with grave certainty. He examined the wreckage, his spectacles sliding down his nose, his reedy voice a drone of grim satisfaction as he explained, in excruciating detail, the grim fate of the Solitudinum Perfectum monks. The disappearance of Dr. Phineas, previously attributed by the court to a sudden, highly convenient research sabbatical, was now viewed with profound, shuddering dread. His empty, silent reflection was gone from the glass. The man himself was simply, completely not there. The coronation of dawn decree, the tyrannical mandate to rise precisely with the sun, was quietly, almost imperceptibly, rescinded. The royal astronomer, relieved of his daily, impossible calculations, happily returned to tracking distant stars. The royal bakers, with sighs of profound relief, resumed their nocturnal kneading, and the comforting scent of fresh hot bread once again wafted through the palace at dawn. The fishermen returned to their pre-dawn nets, the farmers to their twilight plows. Slowly, painfully, the kingdom began to unravel the imposed order and return to its old, messy human rhythms. The peasants' strike ended, not with negotiation, but with the quiet, weary relief of natural sleep and the return of common sense. The famine, though severe, would eventually pass, a grim reminder of the mirror's cold tyranny. Queen Seraphina, meanwhile, returned to her old nocturnal ways. The first night after the shattering, she sank into her bed, expecting profound, restorative oblivion. It did not come. Her eyes, though capable of blinking, remained wide, fixed on the patterns of her bedchamber ceiling. Her mind, though no longer tormented by the mirror's voice, hummed with a familiar, relentless energy. The silence, though no longer oppressive, still felt vast, echoing with the ghosts of forgotten thoughts. Her insomnia, her lifelong companion, had returned, not as a torment, but as a peculiar, almost welcome affliction. It was her own. It was familiar. It was human. She found a strange comfort in the relentless whirring of her thoughts, a testament to her own, untamed mind. She spent the long hours reviewing state documents, planning intricate logistical solutions, and, sometimes, simply staring at the moon, feeling the gentle pulse of her own, fallible humanity. She had traded one form of relentless wakefulness for another, but this one at least was hers. The court, however, remained profoundly uneasy. They had witnessed the queen's unblinking eyes, her unnerving efficiency, the bizarre rituals, and the public decree of the Coronation of Dawn. They had seen the miraculous cure and the subsequent, terrifying madness. The shattered mirror, while removed, was not easily forgotten. Dr. Elara, baffled by Seraphina's immediate return to her former state of chronic wakefulness, theorized a spontaneous reversion of somatic equilibrium, a highly technical way of saying she had absolutely no idea what had happened. Dr. Phineas's disappearance, never fully explained, became a dark, cautionary tale. The whispers, those persistent currents of court gossip, continued to circulate, fueled by a mixture of fear, bewilderment, and a healthy dose of superstition. Some courtiers, especially those who had belonged to the madness faction, swore they could still hear faint, almost imperceptible whispers emanating from the polished marble floor where the mirror had stood, or from the walls where its frame had been anchored. They spoke of the echoes of Eldoria, convinced that fragments of the mirror's power, or perhaps the tormented essence of those it had consumed, lingered in the very fabric of the palace. The royal mirror polisher, Bartholomew, who had been tasked with scrubbing the antechamber clean, insisted that some of the smaller glass shards, overlooked in the initial cleanup, would occasionally hum with a faint internal light, especially in the pre-dawn hours. He and others reported strange, fleeting reflections in common household mirrors, a sudden, unnerving flicker of an unblinking eye, a hint of a serene, terrifying smile that was not their own. Lady Isolde, though profoundly relieved to have her queen back, even in her sleepless state, felt the lingering unease. She sometimes found herself pausing in the antechamber, listening intently, convinced she could hear a faint, almost inaudible murmur emanating from the scarred wall where the mirror had once hung. She never spoke of it, but she knew. She also noticed that the queen, while outwardly returning to her old self, occasionally performed a subtle, almost imperceptible gesture from her old bizarre rituals, a fractional adjustment of her quill pen on the desk, aligning it with an invisible geometric pattern, or a fleeting, almost instinctive glance towards the eastern window as the first light touched the horizon, as if checking for an unseen celestial alignment. These were tiny echoes, lingering habits, the ghost of the mirror's indelible mark. Master Theronius Quill, the only one who truly understood the full horror of the mirror's nature, lived with a grim, knowing satisfaction. He continued his research, now with a new urgency, seeking ways to truly contain or destroy any lingering influence of the glacial glass. He kept the lead-lined casket containing the mirror fragments locked deep within the royal archives, occasionally pausing before it, convinced he could hear a faint, metallic hum emanating from within. He theorized that the mirror, or the entity within it, was not entirely destroyed, but merely dispersed, its power weakened, but not extinguished. He even began to track the precise time of sunrise with an almost obsessive dedication, not to impose order but to remain vigilant, to predict any future attempts by the ruler of morning to reassert its terrible dominion. He alone knew that the danger, though diminished, had merely retreated, a silent threat lurking in the long, quiet hours of dawn. Queen Seraphina, the royal Insomniac, was herself again, though forever changed. She continued to rule her kingdom with diligence, her mind sharp, her nights long and filled with the quiet hum of her own thoughts. She still found herself staring at the ceiling in the deepest hours, but now, the vast, empty expanse of time felt less like a battle and more like a quiet, private victory. She had faced an entity that sought to strip her of her humanity, to turn her into a perfectly ordered, unblinking automaton, and she had resisted. She carried the faint scars of that struggle, the echoes of impossible commands, the ghost of Dr. Phineas's serene reflection. Her eyes, though they now blinked with a normal human rhythm, sometimes held a distant, knowing gleam, a subtle hint of the strange clarity she had once possessed. She was no longer a morning person, nor a night person, but merely Seraphina, queen of the verdant coast, living proof that even the most boring, mundane existence could harbor the most profoundly strange and unsettling of secrets. And as each new dawn broke, casting its golden light across the palace, Seraphina remained awake, vigilant, a queen who had embraced the lingering strangeness of her unwaking world, knowing that sometimes the greatest comfort lay not in profound sleep, but in the quiet, peculiar hum of one's own endlessly curious mind.